Chun Xiang's words had angered the 10 Dan King-s, but they could not admit it. They accepted Dongfang Lingyun's nature fruit. Of course, they had to help Dongfang Lingyun. As for what it was, they did not know. Chun Xiang's words had angered the 10 Dan King-s, but they could not admit it. They accepted Dongfang Lingyun's nature fruit. Of course, they had to help Dongfang Lingyun. As for what it was, they did not know. Dongfang Lingyun gritted his teeth, because it was Chun Xiang who revealed his scheme, causing his reputation in the Dongfang family to decline, and the matter spread very quickly. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the news regarding this matter would spread throughout the entire New World, and at that time he might even be punished by the Dongfang family. Qin Xiang, since you claim that you can produce 2 high-quality small shaping Dan, I believe you truly have the ability. Why not let everyone see for themselves? Firstly, let everyone from far away see clearly, and secondly, you can also obtain a nature fruit. Why not? Ling Qin calmed down and said indifferently, 1 nature fruit was already his bottom line. If he increased the bet again, if Chun Xiang really refined it, then it would be a huge loss. Chun Xiang smiled slightly. I am not here to cause trouble. I just feel that the establishment of the Dan Alliance is a good thing for the New World. To be able to let many famous alchemists communicate and spread the word of alchemy. This Brad is able to refine 2 small shaping Dan-s in one go. That's only because I view them seriously. I definitely cannot sacrifice a large amount of medicinal ingredients for the sake of success. Then I would like to ask little friend Qin to enlighten us. Although Ling Qin agreed with Qin Xiang, he didn't care too much about concocting pills. As long as they could sell the pills, they would definitely sell anyway, no matter how much or how high the quality was. It wouldn't be easy to concoct pills by itself. Qin Xiang walked up and took out a portion of small shaping Dan's medicinal ingredients. For alchemists to be able to bring medicinal ingredients of this level with them, it meant that he had a certain amount of resources. Since most of the people present wanted to see the results, Qin Xiang also took out his Yanlong furnace. With this holy level Dragon Tools furnace, his speed of refining pills would be even faster. Please check. After Qin Xiang took out the pill furnace, he gestured to have Ling Qin take a look inside. If one was not a proficient in smithing, it would be impossible to see the strangeness of this Yanlong furnace. Yanlong furnace are very famous in both the Heaven Realm and the Sacred Dan Realm, but very few could recognize it so far, even in the Sacred Dan Realm. After Ling Qin checked it and confirmed that there were no cheating mechanisms inside, he nodded his head. After that, Qin Xiang quickly started to process the medicinal ingredients. His movements were extremely smooth, causing Fang Sheng, who was beside, to exclaim in his heart. In the process of processing medicinal ingredients, not only would it be necessary to evenly distribute and remove the unnecessary parts of the medicinal ingredients, it would also allow the user to understand the special characteristics of the medicinal ingredients and familiarize himself with the quality of the various medicinal ingredients. This allowed the alchemist to accurately judge the quality of the medicinal ingredients when concocting pills. After the small shaping Dan-s medicinal ingredients entered the Yanlong furnace, Qin Xiang focused entirely on refining the pill. At the same time, he also operated the foreseen alchemy, seemingly very serious. Everyone was only looking forward to the results. They originally thought that they would have to wait a bit longer, because most people thought that it would take longer to refine a pill of a higher quality, not to mention producing pills. But now, they did not have to wait for too long. Not even an hour. Qin Xiang had already opened the lid of the pill furnace and saw 2 bright red pellets, shrouded by a light red mist. Qin Xiang blew lightly, and the mist dissipated, and the 2 small shaping Dan released a bright red glow, as if they were spirits MING with vitality. It was clear to the quality that these were definitely high-quality small shaping Dan-s, and 2 of them at that. The people in the Great Hall all took in a deep breath. While they were shocked by Qin Xiang's refining level, they were also envious of the good fortune pill that Qin Xiang had obtained. He was the closest to Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang was refining the fire, The temperature of the weak flames changed endlessly, and he could feel that Qin Xiang did not cheat, using his true ability to refine two small shaping danes in such a short period of time. No wonder he could not help but scold Fang Sheng for spending the medicine, and even said that Dan King like them sat in the well while observing the sky, because he had the qualifications. The Dan King kept saying that no one could refine two small shaping Dan in one go, but Qin Xiang had actually refined one in front of tens of thousands of people. In terms of strength, Qin Xiang could not compare to those Dan King and he could not compare to those who were refining high-level pellets, but he was extremely confident in his basics. Previously, when he refined the lower-quality small-shaping Dan, he was complacent and thought himself to be very powerful. Adding that to Ling Chen's bragging, he truly thought that he was invincible, but now he was severely shocked by Qin Xiang. What a pity someone like him was not invited by the Dan Alliance. No wonder. The Dan Alliance of these people have taken the 10 nature fruit of the Dongfang family, and Qin Xiang is a 10 billion bounty person for the Dongfang family. How could they let Qin Xiang join their Dan Alliance? It seems that Dan Alliance is not that clean either. As long as there are people in the area, it won't be clean. Discussions were rife in the hall as the Dan Alliance's reputation was immediately affected. One must know that the majority of the people invited to be guests were people with a high position in the various powers. Thus the Dan Alliance had lost a lot of face. Of course, if those 10 Dan King knew what kind of trash Dongfang Lingyun was, they wouldn't have accepted the 10 nature fruit. The Dan Alliance's great assembly was not that smooth. Originally, they had wanted to raise the profile of their Dan Alliance, let some young members with decent standards go up on stage to refine pills, and then properly brag about themselves. If they weren't exaggerating too much, Qin Xiang would not have gone up the stage. Right now, not only was his image destroyed, there was also an old guy who lost a nature fruit. After Qin Xiang obtained that nature fruit, he only smiled slightly and kept it, then returned back to his seat. The nature fruit had not even gotten hot, yet it was already taken away by Qin Xiang just like that. This made the Dan King's heart bleed. But this kind of person who valued his face more than his life would definitely not go back on his words. Of course, Qin Xiang's pill refining skills not only allowed the audience to broaden their horizons, it also allowed the Dan King to have a deeper understanding of his pill refining skills. The Dan Alliance's great assembly would continue on. Today they were going to elect an alliance master. Although the start of the Tian was not too good, Qin Xiang's appearance made everyone feel that it was worth it. Brother Shin's pill refining skills truly make me feel inferior. If you wish to join the Dan Alliance, you can make an application after the conclusion of this conference. We welcome alchemists like you. Ling Chen laughed, his attitude not bad. Next up, the most critical time for us to begin this year's Congress is to elect the Dan Alliance's Alliance Master. The Dan Alliance's Alliance Master was the representative of the Dan Alliance. He held the highest authority in the Dan Alliance. And if one wanted to sit in this position, they would have to display their own strength. This was something that had already been said long ago, and these high-ranking alchemists from different worlds all wanted to partake. I.P.8 in this I.Tian. The Dan Alliance's Alliance Master was the representative of the Dan Alliance. He held the highest authority in the Dan Alliance, and if one wanted to sit in this position, they would have to display their own strength. This was something that had already been said long ago, and these high-ranking alchemists from different worlds all wanted to partake. 1P8 in this 1Tian. They definitely won't refine a heaven-level pill. They should be refining a high-grade ground-level pellet. If they were to refine a heaven-level pellet, the people here would have to wait a long time before seeing the results. Su Meiyao said, "It was not easy to concoct the heaven-level pills. It would take a lot of time. Furthermore, the materials were very limited and the environment was very demanding. If he was watched by everyone, it would affect his performance. 4 Dan King are invited. Next, they will use alchemy to display their strength and select an alliance master that we wholeheartedly admire. Ling Qin said. They were all a few old geezers with white hair and beards, who looked as if they were only half-step into a coffin. However, it was these old geezers who caused many people to respect them and fawn over them, because they knew how to refine pills with extraordinary strength. Normally, alchemists would not fight to the death like warriors. If the other party was really powerful in pill refining, they would respect the other party. Just like Qin Xiang, even the other Dan King S secretly admired him, which was why they allowed Qin Xiang to join the Dan Alliance. These 4 Dan King S gave off a scorching aura that caused people to feel suppressed. It was obvious that they wished to fight to the death right now. They will refine the relived Dan. The first one they refine will be considered their victory. Ling Chen said, not many people present had ever seen a high-grade ground level like the relived Dan, and only warriors who had cultivated in Nirvana Doom had ever eaten such a pill. Qin Xiang also wanted to see the process of the Dan King refining relived Dan. He naturally did not think much of the relived Dan right now, because he had a lot of them, but he had never refined them before, and they were not up to that level. The 4 Dan King S took out their pill furnaces and their covetous medicinal ingredients. Even if the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients were to be auctioned separately, it would still be extremely expensive. I feel that only by using the standard of first refining relived Dan would it be difficult to determine the level of alchemist, because different alchemists will have different training methods when refining pills. Some alchemists will indeed have a much slower speed, but this does not mean that their quality will be bad. Qin Xiang's voice suddenly sounded, causing the 4 alchemists to stop. Pill refining is not a compet. 1 tie-in, it should be a compet. 1 tie-in of quality. The difference between quality pills and superior quality pills is extremely important. I think it should be decided by quality rather than time. If we pass S through speed, alchemist would not care about quality and would only care about speed. I could have refined a high-quality pill, but for the sake of speed, I have refined a high-quality pill. What a waste of money. What Qin Xiang said was logical. How could the Dan King not know of it? But the result is hard to assess. What if all 4 Dan King are able to refine high-quality ones? Ling Qin said, actually the reason for this compet. 1. Tie-in was to rush the time because the time needed to refine a high-grade ground-level pill was endless. If it was too long, it would definitely cause people to become bored. If this pill is of high quality, then whoever concocts it first wins. In short, regardless of how slow a pill is, the quality of the pill is still better than the quality of the pill. Making full use of the ingredients to concoct pills is much harder than quickly concocting pills. Qin Xiang said, the pill refiners all knew that this evaluation was fair. If used well, one could be fast and have high quality, allowing the alchemist to take into account 2 aspects during the compet. 1 tie-in. Ling Chen could only modify the rules now because the Alliance Master wanted to convince them wholeheartedly, and the Dan King S had no objections. After all, relived Dan were very precious, and they did not want to create an inferior quality just because of this. If it was a powerful alchemist, how long would it take to refine a relived Dan? Qin Xiang asked Su Meiyao. I need at least 1 day and 1 night. If it's of low quality, then it can be solved in half a day. Of course, I only refined 2 pills. They should only be able to refine 1 pill at their level, which should be enough for 1 day and 1 night. Su Meiyao said. So that's how it is. I thought it would have been used for a long time. Qin Xiang curled his lips. The shorter the time, the less complicated the relived Dan was, unlike the previous time used to refine those heaven level S, which made Qin Xiang a little afraid. Earth grade, low rank Dan, it's only been an hour since you used a Yanlong furnace. As your alchemist's level increases, the refining speed will be even faster, and the alchemist with fire soul will be even faster. I don't have a fire soul, so it can be considered slow. Su Meiyao said. Therefore, he could bear with it for the next 2 days. On the other hand, Chun Xiang was able to use the heaven tour method and go out to play to ask around about some things. As long as they were famous, it would spread very quickly. Dongfang Lingyun's dirty news had already spread to Dan City, and most of them were spread from Heavenly Emperor City, and the people who heard of Dongfang Profoundlong's confession all came from many different places in the New World. It seemed that all of them were at a critical moment, and that most of the people who could come here were alchemists and some of the big shots, and they were all very patient. So the creation of the Alliance Master was very important to them, because every force needed pills, if they could establish a good relations. I plus P with the Alliance Master at the first possible moment, then it would be easier for them to obtain high-level pills in the future. In the next hour, the lid of the furnace was opened by the 4 Dan King S one by one. The fastest and slowest difference in concocting time was not big, and the levels were about the same. Furthermore, they could be refined within the time that Su Meiyao had expected, which meant that they had a certain level of skill, and were Dan King S who could refine heaven-level pills. The relive Dan that the 4 of them refined were all of high quality. If they wanted to refine the lower quality relive Dan, they would take a few hours. If not for Qin Xiang, they would waste all 4 batches of precious relive Dan medicine in order to refine the lower quality pills. They are all high quality relive Dan, and the result can now be seen by everyone. I think this should be the peak level for refining relive Dan. Of course, if our little friend Shin can reach this level, you might be able to refine 2 pellets in 1 furnace. Ling Qin said with a smile, "Yeah, if Chun Xiang can make 2 small transformations, could this relive Dan also do the same?" This reminded everyone of the fact that Chen Xiang had a large number of relive Dan, and they all secretly suspected that Chen Xiang knew how to refine relive Dan. Qin Han, can become the Alliance Master of the Dan Alliance. I will definitely let the Dan Alliance prosper, and will unite the alchemists to benefit the New World. An old man with yellow hair said, Qin Han, can become the Alliance Master of the Dan Alliance. I will definitely let the Dan Alliance prosper, and will unite the alchemists to benefit the New World. An old man with yellow hair said. Hearing this voice, Qin Xiang secretly laughed, because this old man was the one who lost the nature fruit to him. To benefit from the New World, you have to have wealth and power to be able to benefit from the Dan Alliance. After the leader of the Dan Alliance was chosen, the news spread throughout the entire New World. The Dan Alliance was also viewed as the center of the New World's unity now, because the members of the Dan Alliance were all from many forces. The higher the level, the more spar there was required. But all the medicinal ingredients came from the Dan Alliance, so the Dan Alliance had to gather a lot of S, which made it a bit more rich in medicinal ingredients, and only higher level tests required a lot of medicinal ingredients that were above average for the middle grade ground level. After returning from the Dan Alliance S, Qin Xiang felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. This was because he was preparing to compete with the Elder Dan S and refine 2 types of Earth grade low rank Dan S. Although he was confident, he definitely would not underestimate his opponent. Elder Dan was a mysterious woman who was unfathomable. Inside the Super Dan Imperial College, Qin Xiang did not see the Elder Dan. He sat in the middle of the courtyard and waited for the Elder Dan. The Super Dan Imperial College's door suddenly opened, and a few people walked in. This was the first time Qin Xiang saw so many people appearing inside the Super Dan Imperial College, and he recognized all of them. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming, Lu Menger, and Dongfang Xinyue were all invited by the Elder Dan, so they were naturally here to make the compet. 1. Time more formal. Why did you invite so many people? Isn't it good for us to compete in secret? Qin Xiang curled his lips. Are you afraid that you will lose in an unsightly manner and won't be seen by others? Elder Dan said coldly, Don't underestimate the compet. 1. Tie-in between you and I. We're not simply refining 2 kinds of Earth grade low rank Dan. Qin Xiang didn't know the rules, so of course he would think that way. In his mind, no matter how difficult it was, wouldn't it be refining pills? Qin Xiang glanced at Dongfang Xinyue, the beautiful female slave, and sighed in his heart. If he didn't become stronger, he wouldn't be able to take her in. With my cultivation and pill refining experience, I've taken advantage of you. In order to be fair, we have to go somewhere. The elder Dan said, "It's up to you." Qinxiang spread out his hands. Initially, he thought that the elder Dan would keep this compet. Tie in a secret. But they had actually invited 4 people over. "Junior Marshal Uncle, you should be more serious. You will know how terrifying that place is. In my opinion, you can match up against that crazy old man's dog nest." Gudongchen laughed bitterly. Qinxiang's heart skipped a beat. This Gudongchen actually knew of that place. He looked at Lu Menger and Wu Kaming. They also knew of it. That is a dangerous place in our Chun martial continent. There's a very powerful force that can confuse other people's minds. But it will not let them die. At most, it will only make them go crazy, let alone you. Even if we, with our strength, go there, it will be easy for us to go crazy from all the commotion. When Wu Kaming said this, his face was filled with fear. Qinxiang now understood that concocting pills was not as easy as it usually was. He actually had to be in this kind of environment. In there, no matter who it is, it will have the same effect. If your mental strength is not bad, you will be able to endure it. Elder Dan's voice carried a hint of a cold, disdainful laugh. She felt that a pervert like Qinxiang would fall down very easily. Qinxiang groaned. "If I lose, what benefits do I get to you?" Elder Dan laughed out loud. "If you lose, I will be very happy. That's true. Even if you win, that's only to show me my face. There won't be much loss. We'll just end it here." Qinxiang shrugged his shoulders. "That's not right. Even if I lose, I still have to fulfill my promise to be your slave." Elder Dan's voice was firm. Qinxiang glanced at Lu Menger, his eyes filled with helplessness. Actually, senior sister just can't take it anymore because no one has ever resisted her. When you just entered the sect, you had a conflict with her. Wu Kaming sighed. "Humph. I'm her martial uncle now. Is she going to suffer even more from this?" "If you have the guts, go and scold that old lunatic." Qinxiang curled his lips. "Cut the CRAP, let's go." Even the elder Dan was extremely afraid of Huang Jintian, the crazy old man. It was obvious that Huang Jintian was even ruthless to women. Qinxiang and Wu Kaming sat on Gu Dongchen's hexagonal flying disc. Dongfang Xinyuan Elder Dan sat on Lu Menger's jade lotus flying disc. Elder Dan and Lu Menger's relations, H.I. plus P, had always been good, even though they didn't meet each other often. "Sister Warm Moon, has the matter with the Dongfang family been resolved?" Qinxiang suddenly asked. Seeing Qinxiang shout so sweetly, Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen could not help but think about it, secretly looking down on him in their hearts. He actually wanted to seduce Dongfang Xinyue. Elder Dan started to groan coldly in his heart. "Hee, I will take care of it. My brother has been sulking for so long, and now that the chance has come, he will definitely seize it. When the time comes, I will also go and help him." Dongfang Xinyue said with a light smile. The gentle and sweet expression in her eyes when she looked at Qinxiang was very dubious. Qinxiang laughed. "If we need help at that time, my super martial school will definitely do his best to help. Right, a lad, little Baldy?" It was not like Qinxiang was the one fighting. Of course he would be relaxed talking about it. With a single sentence, he had sold both Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen out. It was impossible for them to reject him now, so they could only force a smile and nod in agreement. "Warm Moon, I will help when the time comes. The return of the Dongfang family to the hands of your siblings will allow the entire new world to become more stable." Lu Menger said, "Since Dongfang Lingyun has used such despicable methods to seize power and even wanted to kill our super martial school, at that time, we will not be lenient." Gu Dongchen said, "I'll see if I can call the people from the Alliance over." He had never heard of the dangerous place that Gu Dongchen and the others were talking about. The place that could cause strong warriors like them to feel fear was definitely not an ordinary place, especially one that possessed the confused power of mind. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming seemed to be extremely familiar with this place. This place should be very famous, but he had never heard of it before. In the air above the beautiful mountain forest, Qin Xiang was currently looking around and did not discover any dangerous situations. Even though the spirit energy here was spa.r.s.e, because of this, very few people came here. In the air above the beautiful mountain forest, Qin Xiang was currently looking around and did not discover any dangerous situations. Even though the spirit energy here was spa.r.s.e, because of this, very few people came here. There is a profound realm nearby. Long Shui seemed to have sensed something. The dangerous place that can confuse the mind may very well be within that profound realm. The elder Dan saw Qin Xiang's confused face and said, "Only a few of us rankers know about this dangerous situation, and it's even in a profound realm. I don't know how this profound realm was formed. It's just like that profound marital profound realm, who can make people unable to use the innate qi, and at the same time has a kind of extremely powerful bewitching energy." Cannot use innate qi? Qin Xiang was extremely confused. Then how do we use fire to refine pills? It was not the first time Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Lu Menger had entered a profound realm that could not use the innate qi. I use this method to cultivate as often as I can. Elder Dan Pa S, said Qin Xiang a pearl. This was fire ACCU. Mulation bead, it could store a large amount of flames inside, and in Lu Menger and Dongfang Xingyue's hands. There was one of Qin Xiang's fire ACC, mulation beads. Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt that the difficulty of the pill refining had become great, because this was the first time he was using this method to refine pills. If he could not use innate qi, he would not be able to directly release the flames inside the fire bead. Qin Xiang held onto the fire storage bead and began to pour his heaven fire into it, and then asked, after entering, anyone would be confused by that kind of power. What about them? Don't worry about us. All of us have formations protecting us from those powers. Lu Menger said, then looked at Gu Dongqin with a smile. The hexagonal flying disc beneath Gu Dongqin's feet was created by Lu Menger. Back then, Lu Menger had killed him with one slash, and this was still unforgettable for him. However, the treasures that Lu Menger had refined were indeed good stuff. So you're saying that when the time comes, we'll be in an environment that's filled with the power of GODS, and then use the fire from the fire storage pearl to concoct pills? Qin Xiang suddenly felt a lot of pressure because he only knew how to refine a type of earth-grade, low-rank Dan. Using the foreseeing alchemy to refine an unfamiliar pill in that kind of environment was not easy at all. That's right, this is fair to you. When the time comes, I will refine an earth-grade, low-rank Dan that I have never refined before. The Elder Dan said, what Elder Dan had never refined before were definitely those pills that were rarely used. These pills either had little uses or were extremely difficult to refine, so no one cared about them. For a truly powerful alchemist to be able to concoct pills in such a terrible situation, you probably haven't tried it yet, right? Elder Dan laughed coldly. I always refine pills in this kind of environment. Qin Xiang's brows twitched. Alchemist needed a very strong consciousness. In that environment, it could indeed make his consciousness even stronger. The entrance to the profound realm was extremely secretive and was at the bottom of a lake. After entering the profound realm, Qin Xiang immediately saw an empty piece of land. This is a pill furnace. Elder Dan waved her hand and threw a pill furnace that was of decent quality to Qin Xiang. He had the same pill furnace as Elder Dan. Gu Dongqin warned him, Junior Master, if you stay here for 12 hours, you will become a lunatic. Some of the old guys who managed to get past the Nirvana tribulations once went crazy by exploring this place. Lu Menger also had a serious look on his face. We are currently protected by the formation, so we are fine. The moment you step out of the flying discs, you will immediately be disturbed. So it would be best for you to obediently stay in your original spot to concoct the pills, because the energy in the deepest parts of your body will be even more powerful. Take it. Inside the black box is the medicinal ingredients for the G-O-D power pill. The red box is the spirit returning pill. To open the red box, you need a lot of energy. You need to consume a G-O-D strength pill in order to open it easily, and the spirit returning pill is mainly used to allow you to stay unaffected for a short period of time. Elder Dan tossed 2 large boxes to Qinxiang and continued to speak. Inside these 2 boxes, there are medicinal ingredients for the profound soul refining pill. The victor will depend on the quality of the profound soul refining pill. Qinxiang took the 2 boxes and carefully examined the compat. 1. Taiyan rules. These rules could be said to be extremely dangerous, but it made him a little unhappy because previously the Elder Dan said that he was only refining 2 types of earth-grade, low-rank danas through a compat. 1. Taiyan, but now there were 3 types of pills that were extremely difficult to refine. As matters stood, he could not say anything. He only treated this as a form of training, and he could tell that this was something that the Elder Dan had meticulously prepared. It was beneficial to him because he had never experienced this kind of compat. 1. Taiyan before. If you are ready, step out of the frisbee. If you want to cheat, they can see it clearly. The Elder Dan said. Qinxiang held onto the pill furnace and checked it. Then he jumped out of the hexagonal flying disc that Gu Dongqin was on. The moment he jumped out, he suddenly heard a loud sound of ocean waves, and he was on a deserted island. He was standing on the beach, and the ocean water was Russ. Plussing slowly the cool and refres. Plussing water was extremely real. Qinxiang found it hard to believe that this was happening because his mind was confused, because all of this was very real. He immediately looked around him, only to find that Gu Dongqin, Lu Meng'er, and the rest's frisbee had already disappeared. However, Gu Dongqin and the others could see that Qinxiang was like an idiot, spinning on the spot, while Elder Dan was already concocting pills on the spot. Qinxiang quickly understood that his 5 senses had been confused. This was similar to the illusion in the 72 changes, but what frightened him the most was that he actually lost contact with Su Meiyao and the others. He called out to Long Shui a few times in his heart, but he did not reply. When Lu Meng'er saw Qinxiang's frightened look, he could not help but chuckle. This idiot, he's so scared, he doesn't know we're looking at him. Is that bewitching power really that powerful? Dongfang Xinhua asked. She had never tried it before. Staying long can definitely make a person go crazy. Lu Meng'er said. Of course. Qinxiang could hear their conversation, but he could also hear the sound of the sea and the long hissing of the eagles in the blue sky. Little scoundrel, hurry up and refine the pill. There are quite a few people staring at you in a daze. Long Shui's voice suddenly came out. Qinxiang was overjoyed and asked anxiously, Where is Sister Meiyao? I'm here. I didn't expect this kind of bewitching power to be so strong. What I saw was the same as what you saw, and Shui Yi's heaven tour method was also useless. No matter how far I flew, what I saw was the sea. Su Meiyao exclaimed. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's consciousness were strong. Although they could not go far like the heaven tour method, they could clearly see the voices, smell, aura, and sights around Qinxiang. At this time, their divine senses would also be affected, and what they saw would be the same as what Qinxiang saw. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's consciousness were strong. Although they could not go far like the heaven tour method, they could clearly see the voices, smell, aura, and sights around Qinxiang. At this time, their divine senses would also be affected, and what they saw would be the same as what Qinxiang saw. Being able to connect with these 3 women also made Qinxiang heave a sigh of relief. Then will you be affected within the Yuyao Yugong? As long as we release our consciousness, I will also see whatever you see. But Gu Dongqin and the rest are still beside you. I think that Elder Dan must have started to refine pills too. She's already familiar with this kind of environment, so she has a huge advantage. No wonder her hidden energy is so powerful. It's because she's cultivating in this kind of environment. Su Meiyao said, thinking that he was seen as an idiot by others. Qin Xiang felt very unhappy. He quickly put down the furnace and opened the red box. He then started to process the ingredients needed to concoct the G.O. D-Power pill. There weren't many medicinal ingredients in the G.O. D-Power pill, nor were there any supplementary medicinal ingredients. There were only a few stone-like fruits, dark and Una S. summing. They were ice-cold to the touch, and one could tell at a glance that they were very difficult to burn. I've only made this G.O. D-Power pill twice, and it's a failure every time. It's a type of cold core that doesn't have much use. The ingredients are rare, and the difficulty is high. Su Meiyao sighed softly. This Elder Dan has really put a lot of thought into this. If you can't concoct this divine strength pill, you will lose the compet. 1. Tie-in for sure. Lose? Although he had lost nothing, Qin Xiang did not want to lose at all. He knew that his level of refining the ground-level pellet was limited, and he had only refined 9, quenching body Dan-S before. What's the main problem? Qin Xiang followed the records and started to polish the stone-like medicinal ingredients. It had to be polished until it was smooth before the flames could penetrate it. It's very difficult to burn, but once you burn it too much, the herbs will be broken. This kind of fruit with great strength, usually 2 of them can refine 1 furnace. There are 4 of them here, and they can allow you to refine 2 of them. You only have 3 chances of failure. I think you should be able to succeed. Su Meiyao encouraged her. Don't ever lose to Elder Dan. She will laugh you to death. We can't lose. Qin Xiang was extremely determined. He increased his speed to grind the strong fruit. That's right, it's the same as the Chunyuan fruit. If it explodes, then it will generate a lot of power. Be careful not to cause your pill furnace to explode. Su Meiyao warned. Qin Xiang placed the fire ACCU emulation pearl on the lower level of the pill furnace and used his consciousness to control the flame inside to release. Then place the fruit into the yellow pill furnace. The quality of the pill furnace was not bad, but it was only not bad, and once there was an explosion, it would be easy to damage. Of course, Qin Xiang had always used the holy level dragon tool, like the Yanlong furnace, to refine pills. Even if he had to concoct an immortal pill to explode, it would be difficult for the Yanlong furnace to damage it. Does he only use this little amount of medicinal herbs? Gu Dongqin said even a few alchemistes did not know much about these cold core, let alone an amateur like him. Inside the box, not only were there ingredients to refine energetic pills, there were also ingredients for half of the 9 quenching body Dan-S. When Qin Xiang first started refining the pellet, he used up a lot of his spirit power. Because the fire was not released by his body, he could not control it as he wanted, and could only use his spirit power. In the beginning, Qin Xiang's progress had been rather smooth. He had mastered the foreseeing alchemy well, even though he had consumed a lot of spiritual sense. During the training, he had made numerous mistakes, but he was able to correct them in time so as to avoid making mistakes. Just when he felt that the training had calmed down, roar rang out. Mother ***, will these hallucinations affect me? That's easy, my ASS. Qin Xiang was suddenly worried. I don't think so. This is just affecting your mind. Long Shui said. A giant beast suddenly jumped out of the sea. Its body was full of long black thorns. It was shaped like a cow, and its body was huge. When it landed on the ground, the entire island shook violently, and the sea became turbulent. The huge beast looked at Qin Xiang and roared, and then pounced towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was startled and subconsciously dodged, and even hugged onto the pill furnace. After dodging, the Eraser suddenly swept over, causing Qin Xiang to be unable to dodge and get hit by the Eraser head. However, his body did not feel anything, and it was only an illusion. Gu Dongqin and the others who were watching from the side also felt that it was extremely funny. Suddenly, the pill furnace started to shake. Qin Xiang was shocked. He anxiously opened the lid of the furnace, letting the energy from the fruit to gush out. to prevent the pill furnace from being destroyed. In that case, if he used the magic method furnace, the pressure on his mind would be even greater. After the CPS said, Qin Xiang realized that the scenery around him had disappeared. It had become a gloomy wasteland, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Some of the corpses were rotting, and a stench was being emitted. In your last hallucination, you were probably dead. That's why you came to this other illusion. Long Shui said in a serious tone, if you die in this illusion, the following illusion will be even worse. So what? This is all an illusion. As long as I don't see it, I will not be affected by it. Qin Xiang continued to place the great strength fruit in it. This new refining process was indeed easy to drive people crazy, but he was confident that he would not be turned into a madman. Elder Dan was very quiet from the beginning to end. She did not make a fuss like Qin Xiang did. After all, she was cultivating here. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and quietly refined the pills, but suddenly heard a kacha sound, as well as a series of low and sinister howls. The cold wind blew, causing him to feel cold. When he opened his eyes, he could not help but exclaim in shock because he saw a person eating the rotten corpses in the distance. It's just an illusion. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, his mental fort. 1. Tude was not bad, and quickly threw all of these to the back of his mind. The most unbearable thing was the chewing sounds. Moreover, there was a certain kind of power that guided him to imagine that disgusting scene. Combined with that stench, it almost caused him to shatter the pill furnace. A series of footsteps could be heard, and his twitching eyelashes suddenly lifted. An extremely sinister-looking old man crawled towards him. His eyes had already been dug out, and some green stuff was left in his mouth. If this was not an illusion, Qin Xiang would definitely throw the pill furnace at him without any hesitation, affecting his mood. Qin Xiang now understood why this place could make people turn into madmen. This kind of illusion was extremely unbearable. Whether it was real or fake, he could not do anything, and furthermore, he was still concocting pills, not to mention concocting pills that he was unfamiliar with. Even if he tried to concoct pills, it would be difficult to concoct them in this kind of environment. Qin Xiang now understood why this place could make people turn into madmen. This kind of illusion was extremely unbearable. Whether it was real or fake, he could not do anything, and furthermore, he was still concocting pills, not to mention concocting pills that he was unfamiliar with. Even if he tried to concoct pills, it would be difficult to concoct them in this kind of environment. He felt that even if all the girls he knew were stripped away, he would still be able to calm down and concoct pills. But now, this disgusting thing that was half dead, but he walked closer and closer. The worst part was that there were more and more of them. He was not afraid, but he felt disgusted. They're coming over. What should we do? Long Shui asked. If it was real, Qin Xiang could kill one with a single punch, but it was all an illusion. If he made a move, he would be tricked, but he would not make a move, and these disgusting things might even climb onto his body. F***CK off. Qin Xiang couldn't help but take action. His palm struck the old man who came over first, and after hitting the head, a thick green substance exploded out, splattering all over his body. Is this true? Qin Xiang's eyes were wide open. He could clearly feel that thing that was like sauce stuck to his body, and it had even slowly stayed behind. Illusion. Your 5 senses have been affected by the illusion. That's why you think that it's really true. Endure it and don't attack again. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang's body trembled. He closed his eyes and roared out in his heart, Endure it! Just as he was determined to endure whatever happened, something crawled up behind him, and when he turned to look, he saw a very disgusting woman with half a head, kissing his handsome face with that mouth. I can't take it anymore. Qin Xiang roared out explosively, grabbed onto the half of the head and flung it with great force. At this time, the half-dead corpses all crawled over, and many of them crawled onto his body to bite him. All of you scram. Qin Xiang held the pill furnace in one hand, waved his fist around, opening up all the things on his body. Dongfang Xingyue giggled when she saw that. The power that can confuse one's mind is so powerful. I really want to give it a try. If you are not like the elder Dan who is trying to gain experience, it would be best if you did not try. Lu Menger's face was also covered in a mischievous smile. Of course, Chen Xiang didn't know that others were laughing at him, but he knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to concoct any pills. You can only seal your 5 senses and enter a state where only you and the furnace can do so. Do you still remember when you accidentally entered the best condition for your cultivation? Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang immediately replied, I remember. At that time, I felt that even the time had changed. That's right. Pill forging can also mean that you have reached such a level. Try it yourself, otherwise you will lose for sure. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang started to feel that the reason Elder Dan came here to cultivate was perhaps to pursue that realm, and perhaps she had already achieved it. Even though he and Elder Dan did not interact often, he felt that there was a very intimate feeling between them, and always felt that Elder Dan was very familiar. He suddenly felt that the Elder Dan had purposely placed her here for him to comprehend that realm. It was for his own good. Chun Xiang slightly sighed. He breathed with a rhythm, and did not care about the rotten corpses pulling his hair or chewing his flesh. He was completely focused on refining the pills. Elder Dan had already finished refining the G-O-D power pill. After consuming the G-O-D power pill, her power had increased by a lot, so she opened the black box. Inside the box were the ingredients to refine the spirit recovery pill and the other half of the 9 quenching body Dan. However, Elder Dan did not refine the spirit returning pill, and had even directly refined the 9 quenching body Dan. If Chen Xiang were to see it now, he would understand why Elder Dan had said before that there were only 2 kinds of earth-grade low-rank Dan-S to refine during the compet. 1 Tian. But she felt that Chen Xiang might need it, so she made the arrangements for Chen Xiang. After consuming the spirit returning pill, it would allow a person to not be distracted for a short period of time, so they would be able to calmly refine the 9 quenching body Dan. Being pressed down by a group of disgusting corpses was indeed very uncomfortable, but Chen Xiang was able to calm his heart and isolate the illusions that were affecting him. In this kind of suffering, Chen Xiang had finally burned away the energetic fruit and turned it into medicinal powder and medicine aura. After seeing some results, he was secretly happy in his heart. The flames he used were from the fire ACC, emulation pearl, and he had suffered greatly from the effects of the mental confusion that had caused him to progress to this point. Thus, he was quite satisfied with his own performance. At this point, the effects of the hallucinations were gradually weakening. At least, when he ate his body, he would not feel any pain. After closing his eyes, he could not even hear any sounds, and the stench gradually disappeared as well. He, who had gradually entered the higher realms, had increased his speed by a lot. When he reached the core formation stage, only with his rich pill refining experience could he compete with the Elder Dan in such a harsh environment. Consuming the G-O-D power pill would increase the strength of the body, and for most of the powerful innate Qi warriors, the power of the body would not be of any use at all, so it was a type of pill that was rarely used. But in this environment where he couldn't use the innate Qi, this G-O-D power pill was extremely useful. Looking at the gray pellet in the furnace, Chen Xiang waved his hand and slapped away a person who climbed to the side of the furnace. Chen Xiang did not eat the G-O-D power pill, but instead tried to see if he could open the black box. It was difficult to open no matter how much strength he used, so after consuming the G-O-D power pill, his body's strength suddenly increased by a lot, allowing him to open the black box very easily. The difficulty of refining the spirit-returning pill isn't too high. Under normal circumstances, you should be able to deal with it easily. However, now, Chen Xiang interrupted Su Meiyao and said, Elder Dan said before that the final result would be the quality of the 9 quenching body Dan. If I were to start refining the 9 quenching body Dan now, I can skip over the divine restoration pellet. You're right, but there is only one set of 9 quenching body Dan's ingredients. If you fail, you will lose, and if you concoct the spirit returning pill first and eat the divine returning pill, you can easily concoct the 9 quenching body Dan. Su Meiyao said. However, I don't have much flame in the fire ACC. You, mulation pearl anymore. If I were to concoct the spirit returning pill, I might not have enough flame. Qinxiang said. The fire stored in the fire storage pearl was limited, but he had failed once in refining the D-power pill, which was why he had consumed so much energy. The 9 quenching body Dan was something that Qinxiang had successfully refined and had even refined a peak quality, so he was confident that he would succeed on his first try. In the eyes of the spectators like Gu Dongqin, Elder Dan was way ahead of Qinxiang, although Qinxiang had refined a God power pill later on. But compared to Elder Dan, it was really a far cry from it. It was because Elder Dan was not affected by the confused mind and energy, while Qinxiang was tormented like an idiot. In the eyes of the spectators like Gu Dongqin, Elder Dan was way ahead of Qinxiang, although Qinxiang had refined D power pill later on. But compared to Elder Dan, it was really a far cry from it. It was because Elder Dan was not affected by the confused mind and energy, while Qinxiang was tormented like an idiot. Even now, Qinxiang would wave his hands from time to time to open up the corpses on his body. Of course, this was all an illusion to others. Qinxiang's body was completely empty. Qinxiang was still unable to enter that state to concoct pills. He could successfully concoct D-power pills, but in the process of concocting, he was still disturbed. He could only rely on his extremely strong mental strength to persevere through. If he was disturbed from concocting 9 quenching body Dan, if he failed, there would be no chance at all. It seems like the amount of fire stored in this fire storage pearl was carefully planned by Elder Dan. If the fire is not enough, refining the 9 quenching body Dan will fail as well. Su Meiyao said. The pill refining dilemma Qinxiang was facing was unprecedented. Just refine the 9 quenching body Dan. Qinxiang frowned. His face was disgusted as he looked at the corrupt corpses approaching him, and with a tremble he pushed them away, making him feel better. However, right at that moment, a gloomy roar suddenly came out. The ground slightly trembled, and a rotten beast came out from the ground. Russ. Plussing straight at Qinxiang. Although it was just an illusion, Qinxiang knew that too. Thus, he did not plan to dodge it, but in his heart he could not help but feel an unusual stimulation. The huge beast rushed over and swallowed Qinxiang whole. Qinxiang had died in that illusion just now, and had arrived at an area with an even worse environment. The entire place was filled with thick red blood, and as far as the eye could see, a sea of blood, and the stench of blood that drifted about made people feel nauseous. At the same time, waves of a dark wind was blowing, causing Qinxiang to feel extremely cold. Although there weren't any disgusting, rotting corpses this time, there were all sorts of wails and hisses coming from all directions. That kind of sound was as if the evil spirits of L were being tortured. Qinxiang suddenly felt that this place was like L. If he died under this illusion, he would go to an even more terrifying place. The deeper he went, the more felt that everything around him was real. At this moment, that roar filled with endless hatred made him feel extremely uncomfortable. His heart felt like it was being pierced by needles, and his head felt waves of pain, making him unable to concentrate on concocting pills. In this state, not to mention concocting pills, it was difficult even for him to process the medicinal herbs because under the noise, he became restless. Even though Qinxiang had covered his ears, he could still hear them clearly. The voices did not come from the outside world, but had come from his brain, which had already been deceived by the mysterious power and could allow him to hear these non-existent sounds. I must overcome this. Qinxiang clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and tried his best not to be affected by the sound. Then he slowly relaxed and thought about nothing. Time trickled by, and Chen Xiang's tightly knitted eyebrows loosened up. Right now, he felt much better, and when he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw that his surroundings were empty, as if there was nothing between heaven and earth. Just him and the pill furnace. This was his own world, a world of consciousness that would not be affected by any outsiders. Chen Xiang had finally entered this spiritual world that belonged to him. At this moment, he had completely lost all contact with the outside world, and the three women inside the Yuya Yugong were unable to talk to him. Elder Dan had already finished refining the 9 quenching body Dan, and were 2 high-quality 9 quenching body Dan. Elder Dan was very satisfied with his result, but seeing that Elder Dan had succeeded, Lu Menger immediately controlled his flying disc to fly over, pulling the jade face flying disc over. This kid hasn't started to forge pills yet. She had high expectations for Chen Xiang. The reason she brought Chen Xiang here was so that Chen Xiang could master a power that many alchemists didn't have, and that was to enter his own spiritual world. He just finished refining the D-power pill, and then he became like this. Gu Dongchen said, "Junior sister, junior martial uncle's level is much lower than yours. It looks like you have victory in your hands. You don't need to marry him." Dongfang Xinyue was a little surprised. This elder Dan had such a high level of alchemy. After all, he could be considered a Dan king. He actually had this sort of agreement with Chen Xiang. When Elder Dan saw Chen Xiang's calm face, she secretly sighed with emotion. She could tell that Chen Xiang had already submitted to her with great difficulty, and it had taken her a very long time to reach this realm. It was just as she had imagined. Chen Xiang's potential was extremely terrifying. Not necessarily. Elder Dan said in a deep voice. Gu Dongchen was startled, and a look of worry actually appeared on his face. "Junior sister, if you were to become his woman, then wouldn't your seniority be a generation higher than me?" "Humph." The elder Dan snorted and quickly shut Gu Dongchen up. Chen Xiang took out the 9 quenching body Dan's medicinal ingredients and started to carefully process them. Right now, he did not think too much about it, the compet. One tie-in with the elder Dan had been thrown to the back of his mind. The current him only wanted to refine this 9 quenching body Dan. Well, even if the sky were to fall on him, it would not affect him. The flames are not enough. Chen Xiang held the fire ACC emulation orb and was able to accurately determine it, but he was not the least bit worried. Because Chen Xiang was disturbed earlier, he slowed down his refining speed and used his flames to slowly burn them little by little, causing the flames to consume too much energy. However, Elder Dan saw that Chen Xiang did not have a single trace of worry, which meant that Chen Xiang had a way to fix it, which made her feel extremely surprised. If he doesn't have enough flame power, how will he deal with it? The elder Dan muttered. Suddenly, Chen Xiang smashed the pill furnace with his palm, causing everyone to open their eyes wide in shock. Chen Xiang actually destroyed the pill furnace, especially Dongfang Xinyue. She immediately shouted, "Is he admitting defeat now? If he doesn't have a pill furnace, how is he going to concoct pills?" However, Lu Menger and the people who were familiar with Chen Xiang knew that he still had a mystical magic method furnace. It was just that they couldn't understand why Chen Xiang destroyed that perfectly fine pill furnace. As expected, Chen Xiang wanted to use the magic method furnace, and right now he was not affected by the energy, making it very easy for him to use the magic method furnace. The reason he wanted to destroy the pill furnace was because he wanted to use the materials inside as fuel for the flames, so that his flames could last a little longer. As expected, Chen Xiang wanted to use the magic method furnace, and right now he was not affected by the energy, making it very easy for him to use the magic method furnace. The reason he wanted to destroy the pill furnace was because he wanted to use the materials inside as fuel for the flames, so that his flames could last a little longer. Indeed, on the lowest level of magic method furnace, which was filled with the broken pieces of the pill furnace, Chen Xiang controlled the fire aces emulation pearl to release flames and burn the pieces of the pill. Dongfang Xinyue was dumbstruck. It was her first time seeing such a consummate skill like Chen Xiang's. However, Elder Dan shook his head and said, "Even so, it's still far from enough. 9 quenching body, Dan, consumes a lot of fire." Chen Xiang was also very clear on this point, so he had to use another method, which was to compress the flames, make the flames stronger, and in a short period of time, produce an extremely strong explosive force and burn those medicinal herbs to separate the medicine aura and medicinal powder. This kind of thought was very bold. If others knew, they would say that he was a madman, because doing so would only destroy those medicinal herbs, and the flames were too fierce and would indeed instantly destroy the medicinal herbs. The flames inside the magic method furnace were ignited in flames, and under the pressure of Chen Xiang's mana, the flames slowly compressed and became stronger. This was a taboo in concocting pills, because the ingredients needed to be complete so that they would not leak out the spirit energy inside. However, Chen Xiang could use his powers to wrap around the broken pieces of the spirit beast, preventing the spirit energy inside from leaking out. Only Elder Dan could see what Chen Xiang was thinking at the moment. What made her more shocked was that Chen Xiang's powerful consciousness was actually able to prevent the spirit energy from leaking out. After splitting the 9 quenching body, Dan's medicinal ingredients into small pieces, Chen Xiang released an even stronger mana, and those flames had already been compressed to the extreme. Chen Xiang poured the medicinal ingredients into the magic method furnace, and those medicinal ingredients started to melt under the heat, releasing all kinds of beautiful, multicolored light. It was not the first time that Lu Menger and the others had seen such a beautiful scene. Although they did not seem surprised, they were still amazed by it in their hearts, while Dongfang Xinyue seemed to be intoxicated by it. "It's about to begin." Chen Xiang's expression became serious. The flames underneath the magic method furnace suddenly erupted, producing a burst of extremely intense flames, causing the dusky, profound realm to suddenly light up incomparably bright. And after the medicinal herbs received such a sudden impact, they also erupted with many different kinds of bright red light, which were actually burnt into medicine aura-s and medicinal powders in an instant. The Elder Dan and Su Meiyao, who were inside the Yuyao Yugong, were stunned. This method of refining pills could be said to be berserk, but they had to admit Chen Xiang had succeeded and even saved a lot of speed. However, this required an Estoni's plussing amount of control to do so. Elder Dan and Su Meiyao had immersed themselves in the path of pills for many years, so it was not like they had not thought of this before. They all knew how difficult this would be. But now that Chen Xiang had succeeded, and even more importantly, it was a success, Chen Xiang's comprehension ability made them feel inferior, had directly entered into the late stage of the pill refining stage and began to condense the pellet. "Senior sister, this 9 quenching body Dan is usually only capable of producing 1 pellet. It is extremely rare to see 2 of such high-quality pellets," Wu Kaming said. Dongfang Xinyue also nodded. "Those alchemists I know I can only refine 1 pellet. Elder Dan, you're much more powerful than that whatever Dan King." Although Elder Dan was praised, she was not proud at all. She said lightly, "This is all because of Junior Master, otherwise I would probably only be able to produce 1 pill. His spirit of alchemy has made me understand a lot. My current alchemy skills have improved a lot. It's all because of him." In terms of pill refining, Chen Xiang had always received the respect of many alchemistas. Even for alchemists who had more experience than Chen Xiang, whenever they talked about Chen Xiang, they would feel guilty. Of course, this was only the alchemist above him, because they often saw Chen Xiang refining pills. She felt that no matter how strong Chen Xiang was, he should be the same as her, or at most a draw. Furthermore, she was faster than Chen Xiang, so it could be said that she had won. However, she was more familiar with this environment than Chen Xiang, so a draw was the best outcome. Chen Xiang didn't know what kind of 9 quenching body Dan Elder Dan would refine, nor would he think about it. All he wanted to do now was to use his best condition to refine this 9 quenching body Dan to the extreme. There was still some fire inside the fire ACC. Mulation bead that was able to maintain the temperature inside the magic method furnace. This was exactly what Chen Xiang had calculated. The ball of air formed by the fusion of medicine aura and medicinal powder inside the magic method furnace was emitting a golden light. At this moment, Elder Dan was watching intently. When she saw Chen Xiang divide the ball of air into 3 parts, her heart couldn't help but jump. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Xinyue almost cried out in alarm, because this was the first time she had seen Chen Xiang do such an Estonies. Plussing action. Even Gu Dongqin and the others wanted to shout out, because Chen Xiang was simply too heaven-defying. A portion of the 9 quenching body Dan's medicinal ingredients was only able to produce 1 pellet for the majority of the high-leveled alchemists. For Elder Dan to make a breakthrough, condensing 2 pellets was already extremely rare, but Chen Xiang had only produced 3 at the moment. If it was heaven-level pills, then the harvest obtained would be 1 or 2 times more than the other alchemists. Moreover, the ingredients for the high-rank pills were extremely precious, so if there were more from alchemist pills, then it would be able to reflect the value of the alchemist as even more. As the clouds in the magic method furnace dimmed, 3 pills were formed, surrounded by a golden mist. Chen Xiang opened his eyes. His face was covered in sweat, and it was obvious that he had worked hard to refine the pill this time. The high-quality 9 quenching body Dan was golden, but Chen Xiang's 3 9 quenching body Dan were indeed black. Could it be that they had failed? Elder Dan and the others could not help but feel disappointed. Chen Xiang had tried very hard, but failed. However, what they did not know was that this black 9 quenching body Dan was the peak quality. When Chen Xiang was in sacred Dan realm, he was appraised by the Dan immortal. After Chen Xiang finished refining, he was dragged onto the frisbee by Gu Dongqin. Right now, he was not determined to win or lose, but he wanted to leave this place first because he could not stay here for long. After Chen Xiang finished refining, he was dragged onto the frisbee by Gu Dongqin. Right now, he was not determined to win or lose, but he wanted to leave this place first because he could not stay here for long. After flying out of the profound realm, Chen Xiang said with a grin, "I won." Then he waved the 3 black 9 quenching body Dan S in his hand. Lu Menger laughed. "Are you still hallucinating? Look at the Elder Dan. They are 2S, HI, plus New York golden pellets." Chen Xiang looked at the pill in Elder Dan's jade box and immediately exclaimed, "Little girl, you're really powerful to be able to refine 2 high-quality pills." Gu Dongqin laughed. "Junior Master, have you gone stupid inside? Those 3 pills you refined were a failure. If you work hard, maybe you will succeed in the future. Look at your 9 quenching body Dan. They're not even a little bit of medicine aura." Chen Xiang intentionally scolded. "What do you know? Are you alchemist? I am a 9 quenching body Dan of the peak quality." Peak quality? Gu Dongqin and the others were immediately confused. Chen Xiang gave 1 pellet to the Elder Dan and said, "If you don't believe me, take 1 yourself." This was the first time Elder Dan had heard that 9 quenching body Dan had peak quality. She took the 9 quenching body Dan and ate it inside her mask. Not long later, he heard a surprised sigh from the Elder Dan. "That's right, the quality is better than mine. I've lost." Chen Xiang immediately laughed complacently. "Take it. The 9 quenching body Dan's medicinal ingredients are yours. I'll return it to you as well, and the ingredients for this spirit-sobering pill." Elder Dan was actually defeated by a little kid named Chen Xiang. Although she was mysterious, her reputation had always been great, otherwise Dan Alliance would not have invited her to join them last time. But now, she was actually defeated by a little brat like Chen Xiang, even though Chen Xiang was her senior uncle master. "Hee, when will you let me see your true face?" Chen Xiang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, The truth of the elder Dan had always been a mystery to them. Even Gu Dongqin and the others were extremely curious. "I will keep my promise." Elder Dan only replied coldly. Chun Xiang sneaked a glance at Lu Meng'er, only to see that Lu Meng'er did not care, and this made Chun Xiang feel that it did not make sense he should be jealous, because Elder Dan had even promised to be his woman. She was now Chun Xiang's female slave. She had no right to interfere with the master's business. She felt that having such a powerful Dan King by Chun Xiang's side was definitely a good thing. "We'll be leaving first." Lu Meng'er flew away with Dongfang Xinyue, while the elder Dan grabbed onto Chun Xiang. "Follow me back to Super Dan Imperial College." This caused Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming to be a little disappointed, because even though the elder Dan had been with them for so many years, they had never seen the elder Dan's face, while Chun Xiang had. "Is senior sister really so ugly?" Wu Kaming suddenly said. "Little Baldy, do you want to die?" Hearing junior sister's words, "Your head, hee." Gu Dongqin laughed. Inside the Super Dan Imperial College, in the quiet bamboo house, the elder Dan sat on a chair. The wooden mask gave off a mysterious feeling, and Chun Xiang was able to quickly remove the mysterious veil. What did she look like? What was his real name? Is she as beautiful as I imagined? Chun Xiang didn't know how many times he had asked these questions in his heart. "Can I take off your mask?" Chun Xiang asked. He wanted to confirm something. "Sure, but after you take it down, you must marry me." The elder Dan's words suddenly made Chun Xiang shudder. What if it was some kind of monster? Then wouldn't I lose? Chun Xiang was suddenly worried. "I've said it before, my appearance is absolutely not inferior to that celestial wife of yours." Elder Dan's words made Chun Xiang feel a lot more at ease. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, calmed the thumping heart in his heart, then walked over, extended his hand, and slowly took off the mask. His mouth was wide open. He never thought that underneath the mask would actually be a charming and beautiful jade face that captivated the soul. Furthermore, that pair of lips were slightly raised, revealing a charming smile that was filled with the power of captivating souls. Flower. Hua Xiangyue. Chun Xiang struggled to shout out these 3 words. This elder Dan was actually Hua Xiangyue. It was hard for him to believe, but he quickly thought of many things. Elder Dan and Hua Xiangyue had never appeared together. Elder Dan rarely went out to travel, but there was an unceasing flow of medicinal pellets. Chun Xiang remembered that when he first obtained the 5 elements Jinyuan Dan, the elder Dan had mysteriously appeared in the fragrant city. "Scoundrel master, you never thought of that, right?" Hua Xiangyue giggled. Both Hua Xiangyue and the elder Dan had helped him greatly. For example, the foreseeing alchemy and the magic method furnace were activated by Hua Xiangyue, and then he had entered his spiritual world to refine pills. "When I first entered the Super Martial School's Martial Arts Academy, why did you make things difficult for me like this?" Chun Xiang still didn't quite understand. "At that time, I was indeed doing it for your own good. Don't you remember that you were a troublemaker? The people in the Inner Martial Academy are not to be trifled with. However, I have underestimated you." Hua Xiangyue's eyes moved his restless heart at all times. "So this old lunatic knows your Aiden. One Tai?" Chun Xiang remembered that the last time he wanted to help Hua Xiangyue ask for the Sky Pearl, Huang Jintian had rejected him immediately without telling him the reason either. Hua Xiangyue nodded. "Your elder sister Meng'er knows this too, hee. It's just that I let her keep it a secret from me." The elder Dan always gave Chun Xiang a familiar feeling, and when they were talking they pretended to be cold, but now he finally understood. "Even Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming don't know who I am, but my master does. Not only are you my junior master, you are also my master." Hua Xiangyue came over to Chun Xiang's side and whispered in his ear. Chun Xiang snorted. He finally understood why Lu Meng'er wasn't jealous previously. She had already known this a long time ago. This means that there's only one female Dan King in all of Chun Martial Continent, and it's really not easy for you to play the part of two of them. Qin Xiang suddenly embraced Hua Xiangyue's waist, and with a stroke of his hand, he placed his hand on her perky B, U, TT, and then pinched it with great force. Hua Xiangyue let out an intoxicating moan. Scoundrel master, I'm really tired from doing this. I can relax now. I can often be with you in the future. Happy and carefree, Hua Xiangyue was not the least bit tired because she normally did not have to bother much with Super Martial School's matters. She would only help Gu Dongqin and the others refine a few high-leveled pills, and Dan Fragrance Pure Land would usually provide all the pills that Super Martial School needed. The relations, H.I. plus P between the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and himself was so close that it turned out that the elder Dan was actually Hua Xiangyue, and Hua Xiangyue was the leader. Oh right, Xiangyue, I found a sister for you. Her name is Dongfang Xinyue. You should have seen her before. Chen Xiang giggled. She's the same as you. I don't know why her brain's broken, but she's actually willing to be my female slave. Chapter 753. Female, slave returning to mind. Chapter 753. Female slave returning to mind after playing around with Hua Xiangyue for a while. He finally sat down with a serious face and asked, Xiangyue, why do you need to pretend to be two people? Isn't your elder sister Meng'er the same? She was originally the female emperor of the divine weapons heavenly country, and then the valley master of the icy wind valley. Hua Xiangyue laughed. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that this might be related, and continued, My master, that's why the relations. H.I. plus P between Dan Fragrance Pure Land and his wife had always been very close. Once, by chance, Mistress found out that I had a purple moon fire soul, so she secretly taught me the art of refining pills, and then allowed me to enter the Super Martial School. After Mistress and Master had flown up, the Dan Fragrance Pure Land was under my control, and I was also an elder of the Super Martial School at the same time. Then, when did elder sister Meng'er find out about your ident? One time? When Qin Xiang thought about how Lu Meng'er had been hiding this from him for so long, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Guess your head. Qin Xiang stretched out his wolf claws and grabbed towards Hua Xiangyue's chest. I've known her since we were very young. My master's wife seems to have some connections with her parents. At that time, she and I were already designated as the successors of Divine Weapons Heavenly Country and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. At the same time, we were also the secret leaders of other powers. Hua Xiangyue let out a faint sigh, and then pouted charmingly. Who would have thought that I would meet a little scoundrel like you? Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, You seem to be the one who pestered me for this. When you were Hua Xiangyue, you willingly became my female slave. I really don't understand why you want to pester me. If others were to know that he thought this way, they would definitely kick him to death. Such a beauty, he actually disliked her. Hua Xiangyue came closer and wrapped herself around Qin Xiang's body like a beautiful snake, asking in a charming voice, You want to know? Of course. Qin Xiang hugged the beauty tightly. His breathing became very rapid, and he released a burning breath, causing Su Meiao's cheeks to flush red, and his eyes to be filled with an enchanting autumn wave. My master is the same as you, both of us cultivators of the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. When I was in the mortal world, I already knew that you possessed a yin-yang vein. My mistress told me that when I meet such a man, I must not be let off. Su Meiyao smiled charmingly. My mistress had already taught me a way to look at the spirit veins of others. When I was in the mortal world, I wasn't certain, so I decided to bring you back to confirm. Qin Xiang suddenly bit her lips that were filled with enchantment, stuck out her tongue, pried open Hua Xiangyue's pearly white teeth, and sucked in her charming and sweet tongue. Hua Xiangyue was moved at this moment, her hands hugging Qin Xiang tightly. While kissing him, she started to chant. Very quickly, Hua Xiangyue took off the clothes on the upper half of Hua Xiangyue's body. As Chen Xiang kissed the beauty's sandalwood mouth, he also caressed the beauty's soft and smooth body, playing with her bright spring suns. Hi plus Ne, well-developed and straight chest, making Hua Xiangyue let out a groan. Scoundrel master, do you want to eat me? Hua Xiangyue's charming eyes reddened as she looked at Qin Xiang. Of course I want to, but if you marry a strong woman, it will be harmful to you. Are you worried about this? Hua Xiangyue straightened his chest, causing the dazzling jade rabbit to tremble, and stirred up a wave of waves, while an evil feeling surfaced in Qin Xiang's heart. Hua Xiangyue chuckled. Even if a peony flower died, would it still be so amicable to be a ghost? A perverted heart doesn't have a perverted heart. Hua Xiangyue was constantly tempting her, because she knew that Qin Xiang did not dare, and seeing Chen Xiang's uncomfortable look, she was happy. She was Chen Xiang's female slave now, and had lost to Qin Xiang in the pill-refining compet. Tian. She had mentioned that Chen Xiang could do anything to her. Hua Xiangyue laughed coquettishly as she took off her clothes. Her every move was filled with endless charm and enticement, especially when she saw her dress fall down from her fat bottom and bottom. The blood in Chen Xiang's body was practically burning, and her lower abdomen was like a volcanic eruption. Master, this servant actually really wants to give it to you, but this servant is stronger than you. It will be very harmful to the master. Hua Xiangyue intentionally revealed her charming and regretful expression. Lightly biting her lips, she said worriedly. Qin Xiang's eyes that were spurting hot light swept across Hua Xiangyue's lovely body from head to toe, and then stopped at the GRA's covered ground, which was a bit pink and bashful, causing Qin Xiang's evil blood to boil, but he still suppressed it. In the demon world, there are some evil women who specifically cultivate bewitching arts to tempt men with extremely weak mental strength. By combining their techniques, they can devour the male's power and yang energy. Bai Yu said, "This little demoness isn't tempting you, nor is she playing with you. She is training your mental strength. She is worried that after great war between 3 realms, you will not be able to resist the enticement of those evil women. Actually, junior sister and I already had plans to train you in this area since long ago. It's just that you haven't had the time. However, it's good now. For a little demon like Hua Xiangyue to train you, it's for the best." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Qin Xiang felt like he was going to explode. If Bai Yu the ice-cold Des was also like Hua Xiangyue and had a charming posture, then what would happen? Just then, Long Shui said in all seriousness, "Little scoundrel, eat her. My imperial dragon race has a powerful body. It can prevent you from getting hurt." Hearing Long Shui's words, Qin Xiang was overjoyed. He knew that the little bad dragon had a way to solve this kind of problem. After all, the imperial dragon race was an extremely loose race. It would be weird if they didn't have this sort of method. Actually, as long as you use some of the things inside the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu well, you can avoid being harmed. I'll teach you how to use them. Long Shui had ruined Hua Xiangyue's plans, and made Su Meiyao and Bai Yu secretly look down on her. The cultivation method that Long Shui had taught him suddenly popped up in Chen Xiang's mind. He was so excited that he almost flew to the sky. What Hua Xiangyue was currently doing was indeed training Chen Xiang's mental fort. 2. The things that needed to be noted the most about the demon realm were the evil woman's top actions. She was worried about Chen Xiang, the little scoundrel, so she had no choice but to come up with this plan. Originally, Hua Xiangyue's performance made Hua Xiangyue extremely satisfied, but she was surprised to see that Chen Xiang's body temperature had suddenly increased. Little scoundrel. Chen Xiang suddenly flew over, pressing Hua Xiangyue to the ground, and then quickly took off all of the clothes on her body. Before Hua Xiangyue could react, a burst of pain came from her lower body, accompanied by a trace of numbness, causing her to let out a cry of farewell to her virgin. The pain also caused her to shed tears. Although Chun Xiang's entire body was burning with demonic flames, he was currently very gentle and tender towards beautiful women. Not long later, the most beautiful spring painting was left inside the bamboo house. After that, a dubious atmosphere permeated the elegant hall in the bamboo building. A man and a woman lay on the ground, their clothes scattered about. The scene looked endless. After that, a dubious atmosphere permeated the elegant hall in the bamboo building. A man and a woman lay on the ground, their clothes scattered about. The scene looked endless. Hua Xiangyue, who had been beaten into a pulp, gradually recovered as well. At this moment, she was still lying in Chun Xiang's embrace, enjoying the indescribable scent, which was filled with all kinds of emotions as a woman for the first time. Her face had a look of love and charisma that she had never had before. Seeing that, Qin Xiang became excited once again. He turned around and suppressed the charming Hua Xiangyue. Inside a bath in the bamboo house, Qin Xiang looked at the beauty who had a face full of rosy light and giggled. "Who asked you to seduce me? But you must have also received quite a few benefits." D.A.M. Ned, little scoundrel. You actually dare to use such a skill. It seems like my worries for you are unnecessary. Hua Xiangyue pouted. She then walked to Qin Xiang's side and obediently washed his body. Qin Xiang laughed. If those evil demons came to tempt me, I would definitely kill you. For a female slave with a symbol like you, all the evil demons are just like floating clouds. The happy aftertaste from before had left him with an unforgettable aftertaste. Hua Xiangyue did not expect that Chen Xiang would actually eat her. At first she was worried that because of her innate qi being too strong, it would affect Qin Xiang. And at first when Qin Xiang had entered her body, the strong innate qi in her body had started to devour Qin Xiang crazily, but then suddenly stopped and only gave rise to a wonderful feeling. Later on, not only did she not cause any harm to Qin Xiang, she even made her fire soul become stronger. Earlier on, Chen Xiang had known that if she combined with a woman, it would be able to make her fire soul evolve. Why didn't you eat Meng Er? You only know how to bully your servant. Hua Xiangyue scoffed and pinched an egg on Chen Xiang's lower body. You have to know that her disciple is my real wife. She might not be mentally ready yet, so take your time. Chen Xiang's eyes shone with an evil light as he looked at Hua Xiangyue's jade-like face and hugged the beauty up. Hua Xiangyue struggled free from Qin Xiang and said tenderly, "Didn't you say that when you wanted to eat me, you needed the permission of your fairy wife?" Qin Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Of course she agrees. She already knows about the matter between Menger and I, and also knows about the matter between you and I. Even though she didn't say it, she hears it in her heart more than anyone else. For the time being, don't tell Menger about the matter between you and me. Hua Xiangyue was also a little tired at the moment, so he leaned against Qin Xiang's chest and closed his eyes. Qin Xiang heated up the water in the bath and then hugged Hua Xiangyue to rest in the bath. "Xiangyue, where did you hide Qian Qian?" Qin Xiang asked softly. "Bad boy, don't hurt her. She's the successor that I think highly of in the future. She will not only be in charge of the Dan Fragrance Pure Land, but will also have to serve as the alchemist." Hua Xiangyue enjoyed the comfortable immersion within the hot water and leaned into her lover's embrace, which made her feel extremely comfortable. As she spoke, she fell asleep. Qin Xiang really wanted to call Su Meiyao out to wash together. The two of them were extremely beautiful. This little demoness earned so much taking care of two people by herself. There are a lot of medicinal ingredients that you gave to Hua Xiangyue and Elder Dan. Long Shui laughed tenderly. No wonder she is so dead set on you. In the morning of the second day, Hua Xiangyue managed to become the Elder Dan again. She still had to keep her ident. Tie a secret, and she had already said the 8th level of Nirvana tribulation. Her previous strength was unfathomable, but now it would definitely be even stronger. I will be very busy during this period of time. The sudden appearance of a new world will definitely catch all of the powerhouses unprepared, especially those who think they are well prepared. Hua Xiangyue could naturally tell that Qin Xiang wanted to be together with her, and when we were at great war between 3 realms, it was all up to you strong warriors. Qin Xiang nodded his head. Originally, he had planned to help her refine some heaven-level S, but he did not lack any of those heaven-level S, as he had copied a lot of them. I'll go scare them. Senior brother and junior brother. It's time for them to know my ident. One tie. Hua Xiangyue laughed. So my master already knew who you were. He actually hid it from me. Qin Xiang could hardly believe that the old madman would actually keep his mouth shut. I will return to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land for a period of time. Before, I spent too much time trying to transcend the tribulation. The Dan Fragrance Pure Land has many things that I have to take care of. Hua Xiangyue said, Do you want me to ask Warm Moon to help you? She's your good sister right now. Qin Xiang laughed. Meng Er and I are already jealous of the man we stole, and now we are even S. And seeing Warm Moon from her. Hua Xiangyue laughed and left the Super Dan Imperial College. After Hua Xiangyue left, Qin Xiang muttered, Z realm, are there a lot of fire souls here? Now that Qin Xiang had a Leihan fruit, it meant that he could hear how many copies the creation divine liquid made, and the Leihan fruit's use was to make the people who cultivate lightning attribute innate chi even more powerful. Although there were less, it wasn't as useful as the fire soul. The fire soul could make the alchemist and artificers even stronger, and the only way for Qin Xiang to obtain the fire soul now was to look for the people inside the fire divine palace. 5 elements profound Dan and profound energy, quenching body Dan. These are all high-grade ground-level pills. If I eat them now, it would be a bit of a waste. These pellets were bought by Qin Xiang from the sacred Dan realm. If the chaotic mountain hadn't put him in danger and told him to leave the sacred Dan realm in a hurry, he would have definitely get Yan Xylan to get some medicinal pellets for him. Had eaten the 5 elements profound Dan twice, and each time it had a very good effect. However, with his current body, the profound origin, quenching body, Dan shouldn't have much of an effect on it. If you want to cultivate your body now, you can only do it through the Fire G-O-D method. The body refinement realm technique is very helpful in training your body. I estimate that Fire Divine Palace Lord Han Lai would use the Fire G-O-D method to temper his body. Su Meiyao said, Does that mean I only need to eat 5 elements profound Dan? Qin Xiang was only at the middle stage of the 100 refining realm. You are currently in the 100 refining realm, primarily cultivating your physical body, which is already very strong. If you want to reach the peak, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult. I think you can go to the earth core to cultivate. Su Meiyao said, but now is not the time. You should first master all of those demon-suppressing arts and also sound kill magic power. The sound kill magic power was obtained by Qin Xiang while he was in the sacred Dan realm, after he devoured the memories of others. As long as he was struck by the terrifying killer demon Qi, his entire body would crack and he would die a miserable death. Normally, Qin Xiang would not use any devil arts. Once used, he would use all of his devil arts consecutively, directly killing them to keep their mouths shut. Some of these devil arts were taboo in the demon realm and would lead to death, such as the devouring magic kung fu. Normally, Qin Xiang would not use any devil arts. Once used, he would use all of his devil arts consecutively, directly killing them to keep their mouths shut. Some of these devil arts were taboo in the demon realm and would lead to death, such as the devouring magic kung fu. The best place for cultivation was to find Huang Jintian. Although Huang Jintian was his master, Qin Xiang still felt that this crazy master of his was extremely mysterious, with a mysterious cloud surrounding his body. Furthermore, he was extremely powerful with only his spiritual sense. He was able to scare the experts of the Dongfang family away. The moment Qin Xiang walked out of the Super Dan Imperial College, he saw Lu Meng'er walking over from a verdant pathway. The person in charge of the divine weapons heavenly country was actually able to come and go freely in the super martial school, and this was all because of Qin Xiang. Young Master Shin, your complexion is not bad. Lu Meng'er's voice revealed a dense jealousy. Her beautiful eyes lightly glared at Qin Xiang. Not bad, that demoness served me well. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Elder Sister Meng'er, the water inside is still hot. You came from afar. Do you want me to ma? Sage your back. Lu Meng'er scoffed, and suddenly thought of the scene where Hua Shengyue and Chen Xiang were bathing together. She snorted, "Little scoundrel, just don't go too far into the fire, so as to not injure your body." Qin Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. With Long Xue's guidance, not only would he not dodge, he would also be able to cultivate together with that beautiful female slave. Got it. Chen Xiang earnestly nodded his head, and then he wanted to invite Lu Meng'er into the Super Dan Imperial College. I won't go in. Xian Xian and Yulan might need to cross Nirvana Doom. Help them to prepare. Lu Meng'er couldn't help but admire Qin Xiang's ability in this area. Not only could it let others know the various dangers that he would face during his tribulation, it could also provide him with high-quality medicinal pellets. He was probably the only expert at transcending tribulation in this new world. They are so fast. This is troublesome. Let this little girl Yulan Pa S through Nirvana Doom. She will definitely yell about fighting with me every day. If I can't defeat her, I will definitely be ruthlessly tortured to death by her. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly felt heavy. Who told you to know all day long? Yulan and the others were training hard every day, not to mention in those time formation. Right, what did you give Yulan? She has become much more powerful now. In the past, Xian Xian would often be able to defeat her, but now they are evenly matched. Lu Meng'er frowned and asked, I'll tell you later. Qin Xiang said with a smile, his face full of joy, because he knew that Lang Yolan's white dragon vein had already awakened. Lu Meng'er rolled her eyes at him, and then left hurriedly. She and Dongfang Xingyue had obtained the divine book, and were currently researching on the powerful formations inside. If they could use the formations well, they would be able to obtain an extremely strong defensive strength and offensive ability. If they could learn one or two before the great war between three realms arrived, then it would be extremely useful. On the way to the Forbidden Sky Cavern, Qin Xiang met him. Lu Meng'er left? Gu Dongqin asked. You knew she was coming? Qin Xiang had thought that Lu Meng'er had walked in alone. Of course I know. This is the super martial profound realm. Of course I should know that such a powerful person has entered. Gu Dongqin said, then gave an ambiguous smile. Little Junior Master, you're awesome. Junior Sister is already yours now. Xiangyue Qi came to find you and the little Baldy. Qin Xiang pretended not to care and asked. When we learned the truth, we were both surprised. We felt like we had been played for years. Every time Hua Shengyue helped him refine pills, she would beat him up. But now, she knew that it was her junior sister. Every time I looked for junior sister to refine pills, she would always play missing, or should I say she was busy, causing me to have no choice but to go to Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Then my spar. Sigh, the past cannot bear to think back. Gu Dongqin's face was filled with anger. He felt that Qin Xiang would definitely be like this in the future. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, once Junior Master is stronger, you will not be tricked by her again. At that time, Junior Master will definitely give you a good price. Watching Qin Xiang laugh and leave, Gu Dongqin curled his lips and said, After great war between three realms Pa-S, SES, I will Pa-S, S through the 9 tribulations and ascend. I definitely won't let you alchemist continue to cheat me. Qin Xiang went to look for Huang Jintian, but when Huang Jintian found out that Qin Xiang was down there to cultivate, he was not courteous at all. He needed to train his disciple well, and every time he saw Qinxiang use the powerful, devil-suppressing, holy power, Huang Jintian would grit his teeth in hatred. In the New World, almost every continent was talking about Dongfang Lingyun planning to murder Dongfang Chaochuan and her. After all, this was one of the top forces in the New World. Yet such a scandal had actually occurred. It was at this time that Dongfang Chaochuan made use of this good opportunity to join hands with Dongfang Xinyue and incite many loyal disciples of the Dongfang family to take back their patriarch seat. In order to prevent Dongfang Lingyun from leading the Dongfang family to war, some of the Chun martial continent's forces expressed their support for Dongfang Chaochuan. Because the power of the Chun martial continent was very important to the alliance of the mortal martial realm, the alliance also expressed their support. In order to not be annihilated by the Dongfang family, all the big shots forces around the Dongfang family territory started to find Dongfang Chaochuan to discuss with him in detail. As long as Dongfang Chaochuan promised not to expand, they were willing to help him defeat Dongfang Lingyun. All along, the group of elders led by Dongfang Lingyun had proposed to expand, resulting in many Ma's sakers in this new world. Now, in order to suppress Dongfang Lingyun, this new world actually had a tacit agreement to unite with him. This kind of unity made many powers feel very gratified. Dongfang Lingyun was a very cunning person. He had already predicted that such a thing would happen. So he had already found a way out. He did not retaliate, but hid inside the Dan Alliance instead. He gave out 10 nature fruits, not giving them away for free. Originally, everyone thought that they would fight with Dongfang Lingyun, but who knew that Dongfang Lingyun would suddenly disappear, and the Dongfang family members would lose their leader, and the elders would also disappear for a long time as well. This way, Dongfang Chaochuan could easily become the clan leader, but the Dongfang family had already been hollowed out by the elders and Dongfang Lingyun. Thus the New World's #1 power was destroyed overnight. Dongfang Chaochuan did not have any ambitions in the first place. He only wanted to develop the Dongfang family well and preserve the bloodline's inheritance. It was only because Dongfang Lingyun had gained power in the family and joined hands with the strongest people in the Dongfang family that he was powerless to resist. However, when he was with Huang Jintian now, he had always been the one being abused. If not for the Yulong blood that allowed him to quickly recover from his injuries, he definitely wouldn't have stayed down here for so long. However, when he was with Huang Jintian now, he had always been the one being abused. If not for the Yulong blood that allowed him to quickly recover from his injuries, he definitely wouldn't have stayed down here for so long. You are already very familiar with the usage of the devil-suppressing fist and the devil-suppressing fist. I didn't expect that not only would you learn it quickly, but you would also be able to use it quite well in the compet. 1. Taiyan, mastering it very quickly. Huang Jintian praised. Qinxiang stayed here for 2 months, and during these 2 months, he would be tormented every day by Huang Jintian. However, his gains were extremely huge, and during his battle with Huang Jintian, he was able to discover his weakness, and was also able to think of a few clever methods to attack Huang Jintian at the same time. This kind of combat experience was the most precious, and only Qinxiang could obtain this. This is the calamity that the 2 little girls will face when they face their tribulation. The one in white is the white-haired girl, and the one in black is your wife's. Sigh, if not for my current situation, I should go and take a look at you juniors. Huang Jintian sighed and handed the 2 boxes over to Qinxiang. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qinxiang laughed. He did not dare bring Xue Xianxian down, as he knew that Huang Jintian could even kill him. Huang Jintian said 3 books to Qinxiang. These are my experiences with cultivation of the devil-suppressing qi array, devil-suppressing qi, and devil-suppressing fist. If you give me other references, it might not be that difficult. For example, if one were to learn the first few levels of the devil subduing method, it would be very effective to deal with demons and demons. After leaving Huang Jintian's place, Qinxiang felt as if he had come out of Hell. Seeing the bright sunlight, his heart felt warm, and hurried to find Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming so that they could report what had happened in the past 2 months. In terms of seniority, Chen Xiang was still an elder and had contributed quite a bit to the super martial school. Although his strength was weaker than Gu Dongqin's and Wu Keiming's, he was still viewed as a big shot by some elders, a mere small heavyweight. Dongfang Chaochuan came over a few times. He wanted to thank you, but you weren't around. Right, he brought his daughter here. Gu Dongqin laughed. This Dongfang Lingyun is a scourge. We definitely cannot keep him here. Can you guys find out where he is? Qin Xiang asked. The people who made Dongfang Lingyun so down and out were all thanks to Qin Xiang. So the person Dongfang Lingyun hated the most right now was Qin Xiang. The Dongfang family had also withdrawn their 10 billion bounty for Qin Xiang at this time, but Qin Xiang was still in great danger. No, all the major powers have already arranged for someone to investigate. Although we cannot find where he is, we suspect that he is being protected by the Dan Alliance, Wu Keiming said. Qin Xiang took out his cultivation experience for Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming to read. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming continued to flip through the books while praising it endlessly. It was because these demon fighting techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. Even they felt that it was extremely strenuous. But with Huang Jintian's cultivation experience, it became much simpler. The Devil Subduing College was also open to the public, especially with their powerful demon fighting techniques. Although they had some experiences in cultivation, most of their experiences were messy, not as meticulous as Huang Jintian's. Junior Martial Uncle, you've worked hard. Gu Dongqin looked at Qin Xiang respectfully. He knew that staying with Huang Jintian for 2 months had caused him unspeakable pain. Qin Xiang said nonchalantly, That's nothing. I have long gotten used to it. If you guys had the spirit like me, you would have talked to Master about martial arts a lot, and your progress would have been even greater. Only brainless people would go and look for Huang Jintian often, although Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming kept on saying that. But they were thinking different things. They were not as despicable as Qin Xiang, who had bones. I'm going out for a walk. By the way, what was that peach blossom fairyland you were talking about just now? Qin Xiang had heard Wu Keiming mention it just now. This peach blossom fairyland is a very big, profound realm. The people inside are all very strong, and there are a lot of resources and dense spirit energy inside. Because the New World no longer has the expansion of the Dongfang family, it became peaceful, and that's how the Peach Blossom Fairyland started to come into contact with the New World. Wu Keiming said, Qin Xiang had heard that there were some forces that would always hide in the profound realm and develop their skills, not interacting with the outside world. In this New World, there were definitely many of these powers, and they were all generally very strong as well. They were all equivalent to small realms of reading power, and their resources and spirit energy were much better than those in large worlds where clouds and dragons mix together. I heard that the Peach Blossom Fairyland is very beautiful, filled with peach blossoms like a fairyland. Now, the Peach Blossom Fairyland has even invited many famous people to interact with him. Gu Dongqin said, Oh, celebrity? Have you been invited? After Qin Xiang asked, they received their answers from Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin. They were actually not invited. Speaking of this, Gu Dongqin's face was full of displeasure. He slapped his thigh and cursed. F you! CK, no matter what, this daddy here is still a leader of the super martial school. So the simple and easy to understand devil subduing method was released by my super martial school. Do they dare to say that they didn't train according to the rules? They actually did not invite us. When Dan Alliance chose the Alliance Master, he invited me over, but this Peach Blossom Fairyland didn't. He really doesn't put our super martial school in his eyes. Wu Keiming held onto the cultivation experience of the demon subduing fist. This time my super martial school's reputation will definitely increase a little. Qin Xiang laughed. Look at all of you. You have such potential. Why would I not invite you if I don't want to? What's there to be unhappy about? We don't care about that C, R, A, PPY place. Take this old lunatic's cultivation experience and announce to the new world that you will be conducting a meeting to teach the fighting demon martial arts. It would be best if you could contact the Devil Subduing College and get them to help you with it. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin both nodded. Chun Xiang had a good relations. H.I. plus P with the prink. 1. P. Al of the Devil Subduing College. This was very simple. Oh, right, Chen Martial Continent. Who did you invite there? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Lianing Xiao is invited to this place. F. U. C. K. He even came here to show off yesterday. I really want to beat him up until all his teeth fall out. Gu Dongqin coldly snorted. And there was also divine weapons, heavenly countries, Lu Meng'er, and her 2 disciples. Then there was Hua, Xiangyue. Yeah, that's about it. Wu Keiming continued. Chen Xiang didn't have the slightest bit of interest in that peach blossom fairyland, and he was even a little disgusted, to the point of underestimating him. I'm going to look for Lu Meng'er. She probably hasn't left yet, right? Chen Xiang still had things he needed for Xue Xianqian's and Lang Yulan's tribulation, and he urgently needed to hand it over to Lu Meng'er. In the Super Dan Imperial College, there was still the faint body scent left on Hua, Xianyue's body. When she was in the Elder Dan before, she didn't emit any kind of aura from her body. She hid it extremely well, and this was all cultivated out by her in the Divine May's profound realm. In the Super Dan Imperial College, there was still the faint body scent left on Hua, Xianyue's body. When she was in the Elder Dan before, she didn't emit any kind of aura from her body. She hid it extremely well, and this was all cultivated out by her in the Divine May's profound realm. Xiangyue came back a while ago. Chen Xiang did not see Hua Xiangyue. He only smelt the intoxicating fragrance. Chen Xiang took out the Luotian gate, rotated the ring on top, and then held onto the S. PA, see Warcraft Spatial Origin orb with one hand. He transferred the power from the Spatial Origin orb onto the Luotian gate, and very easily opened the spatial door. The moment Chen Xiang stepped through the spatial door, he appeared in the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country's Imperial Palace, which was also the simple and elegant courtyard house that Lu Meng'er was in. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xingyue were just like before, sitting on the GRA S and studying the deep formations. They did not notice Chen Xiang's sudden arrival. Seeing these two wearing the same clothes and having the same temperament, Chen Xiang laughed and turned into a gust of wind, charging forward and hugging the 2 beauties tightly. The startled Dongfang Xingyue and Lu Meng'er, who had just circulated the powerful innate qi in their bodies, immediately withdrew it. Then they simultaneously thumped Chen Xiang's chest, pouting in displeasure. Little scoundrel, you'll suffer the next time you act recklessly. Lu Meng'er scoffed. Although she was angry, she only lightly punished Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang rubbed the 2 girls' B-U-T-T-S, causing the 2 girls to feel as if they had been electrocuted. They anxiously escaped from Chen Xiang's body, their faces blush. H.I. plussing faintly, extremely enchanting. Hee, weren't you invited by the master of the Peach Blossom Fairyland? Why didn't you go? Chen Xiang laughed. I'm not interested. If our great formation is completed, we can also establish a powerful, profound realm. Lu Meng'er's face was filled with excitement, because her Divine Weapons Heavenly Country had never had a profound realm. Her super martial school had a super martial, profound realm. Her Dan Fragrance Pure Land had a Peach Blossom Immortal Realm, and her Lotus Island also had a Lotus Treasure Realm. At that time, the Eastern Profound Realm of the Dongfang family will also come back to life. They won't need the support of the spiritual qi lifeline. They can absorb the endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Dongfang Xinyue's expression was the same as Lu Meng'er's, man-made profound realm. This was indeed very powerful. Chen Xiang knew that these should be all written in the divine book, and as long as he could master these 2 women well, he would be able to create them. Chen Xiang was also happy for them. Elder Sister Meng'er, The white one is Yolan's, the black one is Xianxian's. There are still 20 relived Dan here. It should be enough for them to use in their tribulation. Qin Xiang handed some things over to Lu Menger. Lu Menger being able to take out 20 relived Dan-S at once was indeed shocking. But the last time at the entrance of the super martial school, Qin Xiang had already flaunted his relived Dan-S. War Moon, have you seen Xiang Yue yet? Qin Xiang asked while grinning. I've met him. He's indeed a powerful demoness. Scoundrel Master is truly amazing. Dongfang Xinyue's face was filled with a gentle smile. I specialize in smithing and array formations. Xiang Yue is an alchemist. We are really compatible. Qin Xiang nodded seriously. War Moon and Xiang Yu have a tacit understanding of each other's names. Could it be that the heavens are predestined? Shuang Xiang, Shuang Yu, how wonderful. As Qin Xiang spoke, he leaned towards Dongfang Xinyue and sucked the delicate fragrance off her body. Little scoundrel, you have to put in more effort to cultivate. After great war between 3 realms, SES, I might even fly up. Lu Menger's voice made the inside of his heart incredibly heavy. What Lu Menger was worried about the most was that when Nirvana Doom came, if he forcefully suppressed his cultivation, it would only make his Nirvana Doom stronger. But at the same time, it would also make himself more timid. Therefore, when the time came, Lu Menger and the rest of the girls, Gu Dongqin, and the other strong warriors who had good relations, I plus P with him would leave as well. Dongfang Xinyue laughed softly and kissed Qin Xiang's lips. Scoundrel Master, try your best. As long as Master is strong, I won't be bullied while I'm in Heaven Realm. Qin Xiang nodded heavily. Of course I'll go cultivate. Every time he came here, he would come to take a look at the super old fire beast. This guy was truly heaven-defying. With such a powerful strength, he could actually stay in the mortal realm. But Long Shui had said before that it was because there was a special type of energy in the super old fire beast's body that could not be sensed by the heaven realm. If the power the super old fire beast used was too strong, it would be sucked in by the heaven realm. Qin Xiang told the super old fire beast what happened outside. The super old fire beast was not surprised at all about the birth of a new world. There are benefits to fusing with all of the mortal realm. If we can survive this, when the great war between 3 realms reappears in the future, it won't affect the mortal realm anymore. With this many worlds fusing together, after 100,000 years, SPAC will become more stable, and it won't form a spatial tunnel with the demon and devil realms anymore. But there is still one more possibility, and that is that he will be fusing with the demon and devil realms once. The words of the super old fire beast shocked Qin Xiang and the others greatly. The 3 realms of the demon race had a path that was already tormenting them. What would happen if they fused together again? Why is this happening? Qin Xiang asked. The origin of this super old fire beast was not simple. It could actually see through these things. This seat does not know much, but it can be seen as the integration of the world. As for what kind of power it is, I do not know. The super old fire beast said. Qin Xiang only hoped that it wouldn't get worse. You're going to the center of the earth again? The super old fire beast asked, its 2 huge eyes blazing with fire. Yes, I'm going there to cultivate. Qin Xiang said. The temperature there is even higher than before because all of the earth's core has fused together and collided together. You should know how terrifying the highly compressed energy is since you are training in the innate qi. The super old fire beast's words made Qin Xiang's face change. He did not think of this level, but it made him feel slightly excited. Only such an environment could allow him to cultivate his physical body to the peak faster. I'll go take a look. If it doesn't work, then I'll come back. Qin Xiang said. The path to the core of the earth was extremely mysterious. Only those who possessed Green Dragon, Demon-Slain Broadsword could open the door and enter the mysterious path to the core of the earth. No one knew who built it, but in short, this person was extremely powerful. Walking on the long path, Qin Xiang felt an incomparable heat. Ever since he had obtained the Heaven Fire Soul, he did not need the profound Wu diamond armor to be able to walk easily within the forest. However, the heat now was actually enough to make him sweat profusely. However, he could still endure it, and he was here to cultivate. Unless it was a last resort, he would not summon his profound Wu diamond armor out. That big guy's earthly fruit must be really good-looking. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't know that countless worlds of the Earth's core have fused together, because the temperature of the Earth's core has become even better, producing even more nutrient fertilizer. That big stingy guy is trying to block that tree tightly just in case you see it. That big guy's earthly fruit must be really good-looking. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't know that countless worlds of the Earth's core have fused together, because the temperature of the Earth's core has become even better, producing even more nutrient fertilizer. That big stingy guy is trying to block that tree tightly, just in case you see it. Long Shui nagged along the way. Although she already had the Earth-grade, low-rank Dan's profound beast pills as food, she was still a small glutton after all, and as long as she had something good to eat, it would catch her attention. She had tasted a lot of spirit GRAS, SES, and spirit fruits that she had not eaten before in her life in the Yuyao Yugong. Of course, if she ate these things, she would also become very strong. As Qin Xiang's beast pet, it would also be very beneficial to Qin Xiang. Every world has a core. The temperature in the core is very high and is a good place to nurture the fire soul. I wonder if I can find the fire soul in there? Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang sucked in a small breath of air. According to the special properties of the fire soul, we would usually gather together to fight, and then use all our strength to devour the opponent. If I were to discover a large pile of fire soul and squeeze into my body all at once, I would be in trouble. The last time he came in, he was already choking by fusing with the earthly fire soul, let alone fusing with more fire soul. Qin Xiang had only walked halfway before he became extremely hot. Right now, he was already feeling the burning pain, and just like the super old fire beast had said, the temperature of the Earth's core was even higher than before. Looks like I can't go to the Earth's core. I'll be able to cultivate halfway through. If I don't rely on the profound Wu diamond armor to go to the Earth's core, I might even evaporate on the way. Qin Xiang placed his hand on top of the cave wall and suddenly retracted his hand. It had been a long time since he had felt such a scorching sensation. It seems like these stones are resistant to high temperatures. I wonder if they are suitable for refining? The fact that there was no change in the stone at this temperature was truly surprising. Qin Xiang staggered earlier as his body was covered in smoke and his sweat was evaporated. His blood was boiling, but he felt that it was still not enough, as his condition was not enough for him to cultivate the profound Wu physical exercise. Only when he felt like every part of his body was being soldered by a hot iron would he be able to circulate the profound Wu physical exercise and cultivate his body. Originally, he was walking, but now Qin Xiang could only crawl forward bit by bit. That high temperature made the innate qi in his body boil. If he did not circulate the Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu, and dissolve the brutality within it, he would have exploded long ago. This is my limit. The place Qin Xiang was at right now was filled with a red mist. This mist was filled with an incomparably scorching energy, and it was also the thing that killed him the most. Qin Xiang will now circulate his divine arts and absorb the burning hot energy into his body. As he refined his flesh, he will use the fire D method to split the burning hot energy into innate qi and compress it through the Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu. Just like this, Qin Xiang started cultivating on the path that led to the core of the earth. Inside the scorching energy here, there was a large amount of rich spirit energy, and through the fire D method, one could decompose the rich innate qi. After going through the Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu, and the yin and yang ji, D blood circulation, one could turn the non-attribute innate qi into the genuine qi of 5 elements, and then compress it into the 5 elements beast statue. your soul can circulate the 9-turn Dragon G. Oh, D mantra to cultivate. The environment here is not bad. Long Shui said. One of the reasons why his cultivation speed was so fast was that he could use it all at the same time, forming a whole, allowing Qin Xiang to circulate his energy in a smooth and natural way. This was also why his cultivation speed was so fast. This place is still a long way from the Earth's core, and there is already such a dense amount of fire spirit energy. It seems that the Earth's core is even worse. There will definitely be fire soul-less, and right now, all of them are trying to devour each other. After a long time, those fire soul will become even stronger, and it will be the best time to go and collect them. Said excitedly, as an alchemist, she had wanted the fire soul for a long time. If they were together, she would even want the low-quality fire soul. However, the current quality of the fire soul was not good, so she had no interest in it. Especially Qin Xiang, he felt that the purple fire soul could only be considered as qualified in front of him. In his opinion, only an unusual fire soul like the Tianyang fire soul could be considered not bad. The entrance to the Peach Blossom Fairyland was located in a place called the Sky Ruins Continent, which was originally the largest continent in the entire Sky Ruins Continent. Its position was the same as the continent of the king, and it was ranked third among all 10 continents. The people who were heading to the Peach Blossom Fairyland now were all people with status in many different worlds. For example, the martial families and blue blood races, as well as the palace mistress of the divine martial palaces, were all famous experts such as Blue Mountain. Only the Lotus Islands, Lianing Shao, was invited to the Chun martial continent. Patriarch Dongfeng Chaochuan of the Dongfeng family, as well as Dongfeng Xinyue and the little fool of the Dongfeng family, were all invited. However, only Dongfeng Chaochuan led the little fool of the Dongfeng family over. Other than that, there were the 2 Prink, 1 P.Al., and some elders of the Devil Subduing College, as well as some important figures of the Fire Divine Palace. After them were the newly risen 10 great Dan Kinges and some high-ranking alchemistess. The reason why so many people wanted to show respect to the Peach Blossom Fairyland was because there were immortals in the Peach Blossom Fairyland, which was also why people like Huang Jintian, who had undergone the 9 nirvana tribulations, would not be sucked into the heaven realm. Most of the experts that came were here to learn about the 9 nirvana tribulations. Of course, when many powerhouses entered, they would bring along their proud disciples or children. If they were lucky, they would be able to marry into other forces and at the same time allow these juniors to see the world. Qin Xiang climbed up from below with a face full of dust. He could have directly climbed up with Luo Yuan tomorrow, but he wanted to test the feeling of climbing up. At least he could brag about it to Huang Jintian in the future. It had to be known that Huang Jintian had arrived halfway up the mountain back then. It really hurts. When I climbed up, I actually encountered so many poisonous substances. Fortunately, I'm impenetrable. Qin Xiang had already trained on the path to the core of the earth for more than a month, and successfully entered the late stage of 100 refining realm. After making a breakthrough and obtaining the power of giving, his current number of genuine granule was already 1,280,000. This meant that his dragon power would become even more terrifying. Is this the Yu Ming Deep Abyss? Even though it's dangerous, it doesn't seem like there is any treasure or treasure worth to explore. A man suddenly descended from the sky. There was a peach blossom on the white robe he was wearing. Chan Martial Continent is only this much. There are not many places that are worth exploring and searching for treasures. It seems like this place is not good. At this time, another woman slowly flew over. This woman was very beautiful with a peach blossom hairpin on her head. However, her voice was filled with arrogance. Only now did they realize that Qin Xiang was sitting by the side of the Yu Ming Deep Abyss. Looking at the man covered in blood, they could not help but frown. Qin Xiang could already tell that these 2 people were from the Peach Blossom Fairyland. At this time, the Peach Blossom Fairyland was holding a grand meeting, inviting people from the New World to attend. Yet the two handsome men and women in front of Qinxiang were actually coming to this Ned place. From the aura on their bodies, Qinxiang could tell that they were all people with decent cultivation. At this time, the Peach Blossom Fairyland was holding a grand meeting, inviting people from the New World to attend. Yet the two handsome men and women in front of Qinxiang were actually coming to this Ned place. From the aura on their bodies, Qinxiang could tell that they were all people with decent cultivation. So he's just a beggar. No wonder he doesn't have the slightest bit of aura on him. Did he come here to find fault? The man also frowned as he spoke. His eyes were filled with disgust, as if he was extremely afraid of being dirted. What are you looking at? The woman felt uncomfortable when she saw Qinxiang staring at her. Although she didn't mind others looking at her, being stared at by such a filthy person made her very upset. Qinxiang coldly snorted, "Aren't you looking at me? I'll see what you have." The young man and woman were stunned. They did not expect Qinxiang to talk back. "Who would look at a filthy fellow like you?" The woman immediately shouted in anger, "You're not looking at me. Do you know that I'm looking at you?" Qinxiang laughed. He had just climbed up from below, and when he climbed up, he pinched and killed a lot of poisonous beasts and poisonous bugs, and his entire body was reeking of sweat, making him feel really dirty. However, just as he wanted to clean up, he found the people from Peach Blossom Fairyland. The man was immediately enraged. "You dog, your mouth is quite tough." Qinxiang was not angry and only laughed. "I am a human, but you see me as a dog. Only dog will see that everything is dog." That man was furious beyond belief. His body trembled, and a wave of pure innate qi exploded outwards as hot air gushed out. He took a step forward to Qinxiang's side and gave him a kick. "Go down!" The kick was extremely powerful, and when it was kicked out, it created a gust of wind, causing some of the huge rocks on the side of the cliff to be blown off. But Qinxiang sat there motionlessly, not even his hair moving. Just as the man kicked, the woman also released an attack. Her jade palm struck towards Qinxiang, releasing a burst of gale which carried an extremely strong, true divine spirit qi. If it was a normal person being kicked, their body would have been slashed by countless sharp blades. However, Qinxiang only circulated the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu slightly, releasing a faint innate qi that ingeniously produced a kind of air current, causing these two strong astral winds to pass by him, so much so that his hair didn't even stand up. The disciples of the Peach Blossom Fairyland are like this? This is too disappointing. Qinxiang sneered. When the man and woman saw that Qinxiang was fine, their expressions immediately changed. They knew that the person in front of them was definitely not simple. "I'll teach you guys a lesson. In the future, remember not to bully others with your power." As soon as Qinxiang finished speaking, the man and woman immediately let out a shout. Their legs were already wrapped up by the water vines. Qinxiang controlled the water vines, and with a powerful swing, he threw them all into the Yuming deep abyss, only allowing the water vines to hang them head first, hanging them on the cliff wall. Qinxiang stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the pale man and woman below him. He laughed out loud. "All of you, behave yourselves. This water vine can only last for 3 days. If you want to struggle free, it will fall very easily. I just came up from below. I can tell you that it's very scary down there, but look at my appearance." They had investigated before. Only one person could come out from the Yuming deep abyss, and that was Huang Jintian. Furthermore, Huang Jintian had not reached the bottom, so they knew who Huang Jintian was, and he was the same as the strongest old man from their Peach Blossom Fairyland. He was a deity who had Serpa, said the Nirvana realm, but he was hiding in the profound realm, so he was not sucked into the heaven realm. "Who are you? Since you know that we are from the Peach Blossom Fairyland and you still dare to treat us like this, aren't you afraid of our Peach Blossom Fairyland?" Being humiliated like this caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. As a child who had grown up in the Peach Blossom Fairyland, he had a very high status and had never experienced anything like this. "Our Peach Blossom Fairyland knows a lot about the heroes of the realm. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded and annihilated by a new world?" The woman said through gritted teeth. Her voice was filled with hatred. Chunxiang suddenly laughed out loud. The resounding and powerful laughter sounded extremely wild and rampant in the Yuming deep abyss, just like Huang Jintian's crazy laughter. Surround and annihilate a new world? I was once offered 10 billion. I am still alive and well. Chunxiang laughed. He had never been afraid of this kind of threat. You are Chunxiang. The man was immediately stunned. They obviously knew Chunxiang's name. When they came out, the Peach Blossom Fairyland had repeatedly warned them not to provoke Chunxiang, because Chunxiang was someone who everyone dared to kill. No matter what background you had, as long as you provoked him, it would all be a blade. Save some energy for me. Chunxiang left while laughing. The man and woman were hung on the cliff in a daze with water vines wrapped around their legs. At this time, Chunxiang was bathing in hot water in an upscale inn. After entering the city, he knew why the people from the Peach Blossom Fairyland would go to the side of the Yuming Deep Abyss. It turned out that the strong warriors from the Peach Blossom Fairyland felt that it was too boring and wanted to find a dangerous place to explore and search for treasures. Because the new world was very big, there were countless dangers, so they sent their disciples to investigate and confirm to see if Chunxiang had met any of the disciples from the two Peach Blossom Fairyland. These guys really have nothing to do after eating their fill. If they don't cultivate properly, they would actually run off to explore and search for treasures. Isn't this just sending a group of people to their deaths? Chunxiang rubbed his DY body. He was already at the late stage of 100 refining realm and could quickly enter Nirvana realm. For many people, they would rather die in the late stage of the 100 refining realm than face the terrifying Nirvana doom. But Chunxiang was not afraid if it was not for the fact that he had just had a breakthrough and needed to consolidate his cultivation. He would have definitely continued to cultivate and would have went to take a look at the mysterious and terrifying Nirvana doom earlier. The Nirvana doom of alchemists were even more terrifying, and this was also the reason why there were very few high-ranking alchemists among the strong. "Little scoundrel, there's something I want to show you," Su Meiyao suddenly said. From the sound of it, he knew that it was very important. Chunxiang immediately donned all his clothes and took out a few pieces of paper from the ring, and was immediately attracted by it, his face full of shock. "This is..." Chunxiang frowned. He flipped through the few pieces of paper, took a deep breath in, and said, "These are 4 symbols divine weapons' forging blueprints, but why are there 5? The refining treasure book was only part of this book. Now that Chunxiang knew why the array formation in the super old sacred land was so powerful, and why the blueprint for the divine forging equipment was in the book, it meant that there was a D-level array formation inside. Look carefully. Sazaka Divine Weapon has 2 forging methods. One is a Sazaka Silk, as long as it is refined using the vermilion bird's feathers. The other is a bow made from vermilion bird bones. But from the looks of it, that bow has been cancelled. Su Meiyao said, C760. C760, the vermilion bird bone, was in Chunxiang's hands. Of course, it had not been refined yet. Chunxiang's 4 symbols divine weapons was lacking a Suzaku divine weapon, but that Sazaka divine weapon was already Lu Menger's. This is only a small part of the blueprint. There are still a lot of specifics, but I looked at it and saw that it's almost all, but it's just very difficult to refine, even in Heaven Realm. No one has the power to refine it. Su Meiyao said, "We'll talk about it in the future. At least right now, I already have the things needed to refine Sazaka divine weapon." Chunxiang Pa S said the blueprint to Su Meiyao. Inside Peach Blossom Fairyland, a man and a woman were trembling from head to toe, their faces extremely pale. They sat in a magnificent hall with 40 to 50 experts from other worlds inside the hall. Some young, handsome men and women stood beside these experts, and they were all juniors that came with them. The man and woman were naturally the 2 that were dropped by Chunxiang in the Yuming Deep Abyss. Chunxiang's water vines were not only able to entangle them, but they were also able to release the icy cold power and enter their bodies, preventing them from using the innate qi. If they used the innate qi to break free, they really could easily fall into the Yuming deep abyss. After Qin Xiang left, the man and woman used the communication spirit rune to ask for help, but when they were saved, they had already fainted. Now that they woke up, they were summoned here because there was actually someone who dared to touch them, the Peach Blossom Fairyland's people. In the end, who attacked you two? Did you not tell him that you two are disciples of my Peach Blossom Fairyland? A dignified, middle-aged beauty asked lightly. However, her voice was filled with anger, causing the young man and woman to tremble even more. Yes, it's Chen Xiang. The man gritted his teeth and said. Silence reigned in the hall, but the onlookers were not surprised. Lian Yingxiao smiled slightly. Madam Peach Blossom, from what I know, this Chen Xiang brat has indeed stirred up a lot of trouble, but he has never been offended by anyone. Everyone who was familiar with Chen Xiang knew this point, and they were already very surprised that the two from Peach Blossom Fairyland could return alive. They could tell that Chen Xiang did not go all out and only teach them a lesson. Hearing that it was Chen Xiang who did it, the middle-aged woman frowned slightly. The reason she did not invite the Super Martial School was because she was worried that the Super Martial School would bring Chen Xiang here to ruin the banquet inside the Peach Blossom Fairyland. But when the experts arrived, she regretted their actions immediately, because many of them were actually here for Chen Xiang. One of them wanted to take a look at Chen Xiang, and the other was asking Chen Xiang for pills. Tell me the truth. Is it him or them who caused the conflict? The middle-aged woman did not want to offend anyone. If Chen Xiang was the one who made the first move, no matter what, she would have to ask for an explanation from him. Feeling the pressure from the beautiful middle-aged woman, the man was extremely frightened. Even the woman was frightened to the point that she couldn't speak. After the man shuddered, he said, It was my junior sister who attacked him at the same time, but he was the first to contradict us. Chen Xiang's mouth was something many people had experienced, and they laughed secretly in their hearts. Tell me everything that happened. With so many seniors present, don't boast. I want to know what happened. The middle-aged woman's voice was calm, but it gave off a very uncomfortable aura. If those experts weren't too powerful, then the younger generations wouldn't be able to take it. After the couple explained the situation, they were the first to make a move. Moreover, they were too young, and they were angered by just a few words from others. Moreover, they even viciously attacked an ordinary person. Chen Xiang did not kill them. It was truly not on par with Chen Xiang's actions from before. However, everyone could imagine. Chen Xiang deliberately allowed them to live. This was to tell the Peach Blossom Fairyland. What kind of birds are you? Of course, Chen Xiang actually went to the terrifying Yuming deep abyss to cultivate, which made many of the strong understood why Chen Xiang was so strong. This kind of cruel cultivation was something that many of the handsome men and beautiful women in the hall had never experienced before. There shouldn't be anything underneath Yuming deep abyss, and even if there is, it would all be taken by the master and disciple of Chen Xiang and his. Let's not go there. That place is truly terrifying. A good friend of mine never came up from there, and he is a demon beast, even stronger than humans. Lian Yingxiao sighed. Seems like only the ancient spirit great land is the best place. The beautiful middle-aged woman said, Ancient spirit great land. The group of people that were gathered at Peach Blossom Fairyland finally decided to explore the ancient spirit great land to find treasures. This matter was spread very quickly, and in just a short day the people in charge of Pa S. Sing on the news had already spread to the various large cities. Ancient Spirit Great Land. I heard that the original name was the Ancient Spirit World. Finally, all the continents in this world collided with each other, and the people above all died out. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one was on top of this world. I've been to the SH. Oh, Ari of the ancient spirit great land, the spirit energy there is indeed good, but I heard that there are a lot of powerful beasts inside. Only the coast is safe. There is a transmission array. The ancient forest in the coastal area of ancient spirit great land is indeed a good place to hunt demon beasts. Many guys can often fish for a large ticket there, but there are also people who will not be able to return. Chun Xiang was walking on the streets when he heard the news. He had just broken through and would need a period of time to consolidate his cultivation. He felt that he had nothing better to do, so he decided to take a look at ancient spirit great land. Didn't you say that the group of people are heading to their deaths? Are you going as well? Long Shui asked. Yeah, I'm just going to see how these guys throw their lives away. Do I look like one of those idiots who's going to throw their lives away? Chun Xiang laughed and walked towards a transmission array. It doesn't look like it, but you're an idiot who doesn't care about his life. You're not much better than those guys. However, an idiot like you won't die with the protection of a holy and blee white dragon lady like me. Long Shui said in a smug tone, his voice even carrying that kind of dignified and serious tone. After the formation of this new world, many hunters had more places to hunt, especially through the transmission array. They could go to many places to hunt various types of demon beasts to earn spar, but that required a certain amount of strength. This time, the choice of ancient spirit, great land attracted many hunters. With this group of powerful disciples leading the way, perhaps they could gain some advantage. Chun Xiang also snuck in, and after putting on a simple disguise, he arrived at the ancient spirit great land. The experts and juniors gathered at the Peach Blossom Fairyland had long since arrived and entered the depths of the ancient spirit great land. The moment Chun Xiang arrived at the transmission array by the side of the ancient spirit great land, he heard a person bragging. The moment Chun Xiang arrived at the transmission array by the side of the ancient spirit great land, he heard a person bragging. If you guys came late, you would have been able to see the leader of the Peach Blossom sect, the Peach Blossom Lady. It is said that this Madame Peach Blossom took the full power of her dead husband and then changed the name of the profound realm to Peach Blossom Fairyland. She founded the Peach Blossom sect, and this Madame Peach Blossom's name seems to be Yao Shumi. A middle-aged man said to a youth, Madame Peach Blossom's father should be the daughter of that deity from Peach Blossom Fairyland. Otherwise, how could a woman like her be able to sit in that position? Especially the Dongfang Jing from the Dongfang family. He is truly a beauty, and it is said that this Dongfang Jing might become the clan leader of the Dongfang family in the future. Another person said, no one knew what happened to Dongfang Profoundlong, but they could be sure that it was impossible for Dongfang Profoundlong to obtain the position of patriarch, and because of that, only people with the bloodline of the patriarch of the Dongfang clan could obtain the position of patriarch. Dongfang Chaochuan was just a daughter, so everyone believed that Dongfang Jing would become the patriarch in the future. This little idiot actually came to join in on the fun. F-U-C-K, that idiot Dongfang Chaochuan, if he doesn't properly discipline his Dongfang family, he would come to join in on the fun. Chun Xiang suddenly started to worry. You must be thinking about that innocent big rabbit. Long Shui chuckled. In Chun Xiang's mind, the scene of Dongfang Jing crying while exposing his chest appeared once again. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. Why are you so anxious? There are quite a few experts there, and they will absolutely not let a single one of their pampered disciples get hurt. Su Meiyao scoffed with faint jealousy. Being strong doesn't mean that they won't encounter danger. This ancient spirit great land was originally a world with countless continents colliding with each other. But now it has become so small and its spirit energy is so dense. Furthermore, no one is living on it. There must be some mysterious and powerful power causing it. Chun Xiang had killed a lot of strong experts before. These experts could be considered the pinnacle of existences in this new world. But there was some power that could easily take away their lives, making their deaths miserable. For example, that magical corruption gas. I will use the heaven tour method to help me take a look, Long Shui said, and immediately began to move, and Chen Xiang followed a path into the forest. After a short while, Long Shui said, "There's something strange. There's a power restricting my consciousness and making my consciousness become." It became very heavy, and then the consciousness I released dissipated. What? Is it something like a formation array? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. No, it's a natural power. If I were to enter a little, there wouldn't be any problem. In short, this kind of power is very strange. Long Shui said. That group of people moved extremely fast, and Chen Xiang very quickly lost the traces left behind by that group of experts. She was unable to follow them any further, so Long Shui could only use the heaven tour method to search for an area that she could find. Forget it. I can only try my luck. Chen Xiang took out his imperial crystal, seeing if he could sense the minds in the area. Just as he was about to put away the imperial crystal, he heard an angry hissing sound that sounded like it came from an eagle, but was mixed together with the sound of another beast's roar. It's the Kylin Thunder Eagle. Long Shui shouted in shock, a descendant of the fusion of a Qilin and a primordial lightning eagle. I never thought that there would be such a rare and unique species in the mortal realm. Is it really that powerful? Chen Xiang was overjoyed. He guessed that the group of rankers must have angered this guy. Of course it's powerful. The archaic lightning eagle isn't an ordinary eagle. Its size can grow to be as big as a kuinpeng, and the combination of a Qilin and an archaic lightning eagle is the only combination of birds and beasts that can give birth, allowing it to inherit a pure Qilin bloodline. At the same time, it also possesses an archaic lightning eagle's thunder power, so its strength is stronger than a Qilin. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang had already turned into a bird, flying towards the direction of the voice. He wanted to see what the sound of the bird looked like. Even Long Shui had never seen it. There was no description of it in her inheritance memories. There was only sound and some information. Sai, like me, this Kylin Thunder Eagle was thrown into mortal realm. Long Shui sighed with wisdom. You being able to be you, and Pian to me is also your luck. Long Shui's words almost made Chen Xiang fall. Chen Xiang immediately snorted. That should be what I say. You being able to meet me is your good luck. It's good for all of us, okay? Long Shui muttered. That's right. So it can't be said to be our luck. It can only be said to be our fate. Since we were able to meet each other, we should understand and appreciate each other. Chen Xiang said in all seriousness. I am the Empress by Long of the Imperial Dragon race. I will be very powerful in the future. Maybe I can unify the Imperial Dragon race and dominate the entire heaven realm. No, dominating the heavens and the earth. Long Shui said shamelessly. Just with a little gluttonous dragon like you? Qin Xiang's voice was filled with disbelief, as though someone told him that the moon was square. Bragging was also one of Long Shui's hobbies. Qin Xiang thought that it was probably because of her inherited memories. Why is there only a sound? Have I been caught? Qin Xiang was originally looking forward to the Kylin Thunder Eagle's roar, but it was now very quiet. Captured? This is Tuambara. Sing for a Qilin and an archaic lightning eagle. We, the white dragon, are also an archaic deviant. This guy even threw away the face of an archaic descendant. He disgraced Ben Long as well. Long Shui immediately issued a series of nas, plussing teeth words. When Chen Xiang transformed into a bird and flew away, Long Shui released the Heaven Tour method to investigate the situation in front of him. It was just that her consciousness would slowly weaken before dissipating, which was something that had never happened before. Qin Xiang also tried to use it, but it was the same way. But Long Shui still saw some things. There is no more forest ahead. The Kylin Thunder Eagle was caught. How is that possible? Long Shui only saw it from afar before his consciousness dissipated. Oh, yeah, That Kylan Thunder Eagle had even turned back into a human. This humanoid fellow must have had a conflict with those idiots and was attacked during the fight. Long Shui immediately guessed. This was also a more reasonable guess. Chen Xiang finally arrived at the scene of the incident and saw that the handsome young man was being suppressed by a few S.H.I. plus Ning enchantments, and beneath the young man was an arrayed disc with broken treasures and weapons scattered all over the ground. Everyone surrounded the young man and was discussing amongst themselves. No wonder they were captured. The experts here were not simple. With so many array discs surrounding them, there was no way for the big bloke to escape. So this Kylan Thunder Eagle is a little kid. Long Shui laughed. So this Kylan Thunder Eagle is a little kid. Long Shui laughed. Are you targeting him? You want to eat me? Chen Xiang teased. You little bad dragon, your taste isn't bad. Pfft. How could I fall for someone like him, who has been captured by others? No matter what, our young Master Shin is much better than him. Long Shui chuckled. The Kylan Thunder Eagle that was transformed into a teenager had a face full of anger. He roared at the people around him. His eyes filled with killing intent, and was full of enmity towards the foreign invaders. If I'm not wrong, this should be an archaic descendant, Kylan Thunder Eagle. This old man has read about it in an ancient book. I heard that this beast might be even stronger than a Qilin. An old man said with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. All the experts looked at each other because Kylan Thunder Eagle-s were very strong, and most of the people had taken action just now. Such a powerful beast. Everyone would have thought that it was going to be a problem, because they did not know how to distribute it. He must have been here for a very long time, so he should know a lot of things. Since they don't know how to distribute the treasures after they saved the Kylan Thunder Eagle, this group of idiots don't need to be in so much trouble. Long Shui laughed. Chen Xiang was convinced by Long Shui's words. He said it like it was a good thing to steal things, and he even said it clearly. How do I save him? This is not easy to deal with. These experts are no pushovers, and their formation webs are very powerful. Chen Xiang said, You have always only understood four-phase magic kung fu, and rarely use earth attributes innate qi, right? Long Shui asked. That's right. Chen Xiang nodded, because the four-phase magic kung fu was enough. The four-phase magic kung fu was written from the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu, and the reason why the earth attribute inside was not written was because it needs a large amount of mana to unleash the power of the earth attribute. If not, it will be extremely useful. Long Shui said, That water escape technique of yours was actually made with the earth attribute innate qi. Chen Xiang quickly understood what Long Shui was going to do. Are you saying that you want me to make a path for you on the ground under that little guy? Basically, it's like that, but it's even more powerful than your water escape technique. This is from the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu. Your mana right now is pretty good. You should be able to easily grasp it. Long Shui said. That part of his body immediately appeared in Chen Xiang's mind. It was called the Earth Spiritual Elephant Arts, and it was mainly used using the Earth attribute innate qi combined with F-A-Li to have a miraculous and powerful strength. Release your Earth attribute innate qi and your F-A-Li, just like how you released the Heavenly Dragon Seal S. It's just that the Heavenly Dragon Seal S are in the sky and the Earth's spiritual elephant skills are on the ground. Long Shui said, It was not the first time Chen Xiang had used the Heavenly Dragon Seal, and he was very experienced with it. He followed his mind and channeled the divine image innate qi and mana, allowing it to quietly gather under the young man. At this moment, the youth was being suppressed by many array webs. Other than a roar, there was nothing else he could do. His body strength was being suppressed. Earth spiritual elephant, earth escape. The earth attribute innate qi inside Chen Xiang's body suddenly disappeared, and in an instant it rushed to the ground not far away, only to see a small whirlpool suddenly appearing under the youth's body. The soil there was as gentle as water, The moment the whirlpool appeared, the youth was immediately absorbed into it. The many experts that were discussing intensely had only just reacted. The whirlpool disappeared. The ground there had once again become as stiff as before, and there were no traces of it at all. After Chen Xiang used the Earth escape technique, the young man was brought over by the Earth swirl channel that had suddenly appeared. The young man's face was also filled with surprise, and just when he realized that his entire body was filled with energy, Chen Xiang grabbed him and stepped into the spatial gate that was already opened, maintaining a distance from the group of experts. "Kid, could it be that you want to look for those people?" Chen Xiang suddenly threw the handsome youth that was the Kylan Thunder Eagle on the ground. The young man was clad in black armor, and his face was filled with anger. However, he knew that Chen Xiang had saved him, otherwise he would have been trapped by the powerful formation. "Humph!" The youth quickly calmed down and snorted angrily. "With this little strength of yours, what kind of climate can you achieve?" Chen Xiang laughed and threw a pill to the young man. It was a profound beast pill, and the smell was also a favorite among all beasts. As expected, the young man did not hesitate to eat it after taking action. "My name is Chen Xiang. What's your name? Why did it appear here? How did you clash with that group of people?" Chen Xiang asked with a smile on his face when he saw that the hostility on the boy's face had disappeared. "My name is Teng Ying. Thank you, brother, for saving me." The teenager dusted himself off and bowed towards Chen Xiang. Long Shui muttered from within the quiet green dragon ring. "A useless fellow, treating me as a big brother with only a single profound beast pill. Truly a fool. No wonder I was captured. I grew up here. I trained according to my inherited memories by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Occasionally, I would catch a demon beast to eat." Teng Ying could feel that Chen Xiang had no ill intentions towards him. This kind of feeling was something that beasts were born with. "I originally wanted to catch a big snake, but then I met that group of people. When that group of people discovered me, they attacked me without a second word. My strength was inferior to them, and in the end..." Chen Xiang patted his head and laughed. "Everything is fine now. Just watch out in the future. If we were to meet this group of people again, we can just hide somewhere far away. This group of idiots have nothing better to do." Teng Ying coldly snorted. "So that's how it is. This group of humans were just discussing how to divide me up. Humph. Also, you'd better not become that big. It's easy to become that big a target." Chen Xiang warned repeatedly. This Teng Ying was probably only at the peak of the 100 refining realm. "You may not know about the human world, but I will tell you about it." Chen Xiang brought Teng Ying and walked in a certain direction. "Elder brother Shin, that group of humans is in that direction. Aren't you afraid of them?" At this time, Teng Ying had a very good impression of Chen Xiang. Not only had Chen Xiang saved him, he even gave him food and food. "Don't be afraid, just come with me. When I say you are my friend, they will definitely not touch you." Chen Xiang laughed. In this new world, it was not surprising at all that humans could have demonic beast friends, especially those sects that specialized in taming demonic beasts. Chen Xiang had told him a lot about the human world along the way. Teng Ying looked forward to it a lot, but they were getting closer and closer to that group of people. Just as the experts were discussing about how to find Teng Ying's trace, Chen Xiang and Teng Ying suddenly walked over, startling them. The array formation in their hands, as well as the various flying sword treasures, were about to call out to them, but when they saw Chen Xiang's smiling face, they froze. Seeing that everyone was ready to attack, Chen Xiang laughed. "I remember that my 10 billion bounty has already been withdrawn. Even if you guys catch me, the Dongfang family will not give you any rewards." Seeing that everyone was ready to attack, Chen Xiang laughed. "I remember that my 10 billion bounty has already been withdrawn. Even if you guys catch me, the Dongfang family will not give you any rewards." Who didn't know that not only had his 10 billion bounty been withdrawn, it had also received Dongfang Chaochuan's grat. One toot? However, What the crowd wanted to capture wasn't him, but the loyal Kylan Thunder Eagle beside him, which was even more precious than the 10 billion spar. But no one made a move. Qinxiang had a backer. Dongfang Lingyun brought a group of experts to besiege Super Martial School, and in the end, all of them returned with blood because of Huang Jintian's attack. Big brother Qinxiang knew right away that it was Dongfang Jing's little idiot calling him. After Dongfang Jing shouted, seeing that many people were looking at her, she regretted it. Her face was flushed red, and she quickly hid behind Dongfang Chaochuan. Jing Jing, what a coincidence, you're here too. Qinxiang brought Tingying and walked over. Tingying was now even more respectful to Qinxiang. He was still a little perturbed when he arrived, but other than the group of experts staring at him with greedy eyes, he didn't move an inch. Tingying also returned a furious glare at them, seeing that Qinxiang and Dongfang Jing's relations, HI plus P, was so close, the young boys and girls who came with him were extremely jealous. Little brother Shin, you've helped us time and time again. I really don't know how to thank you for that. Dongfang Chaochuan saw Qinxiang walking over, and anxiously said with a face full of grat, "One toot." Qinxiang felt that obtaining Dongfang Xinhua, this beautiful female slave, was the biggest reward to the Dongfang family, so he immediately laughed. It's nothing, no need to be polite. It's fault for making us Super Martial School to do something. But someone like that, my Super Martial School, cannot let him live happily. Qinxiang's words were also directed towards some of the people present. Even though his Super Martial School didn't have a large territory, his strength wasn't weak. Qinxiang reached out to pinch Dongfang Jing's innocent and beautiful face and laughed. "Little idiot, you're really bold, to actually dare come to this kind of place." "I came with my father." Dongfang Jing lowered his head and said softly, "Little brother Shin, you don't have to worry about this. We just want these juniors to come out and gain more experience." Dongfang Chaochuan said. Qinxiang shook his head. "Training is not like this. This kind of place is not as simple as you think." "Qinxiang, you dared to come in here alone, so this place isn't too bad after all." Here it was also because he had a pretty good relations. HI plus P with Qinxiang, and also knew many of Qinxiang's secrets. "I came to look for my friend, but my friend said that he was attacked by a group of BASTARDS for no reason. Fortunately, he had some ability and was able to escape from the hands of these pigs." Qinxiang grinned and spoke very easily, but that made the experts who made a move earlier flush with anger, as if they wanted to slap Qinxiang ruthlessly in his face, as though they were being scolded. "Enough! My friend is bringing me on a treasure hunt." Qinxiang waved his hand, then followed Tingying and left. If they started to investigate, they would have to apologize. But Qinxiang was only pointing at Sang Huai. He had only said a few words. This little guy's courage is indeed as great as it's rumored to be. I think that even without Huang Jintian supporting him, he would still be like this. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of us attacking him just now? Yao Shumi said casually. The middle-aged woman had looked over Qinxiang carefully and was the most surprised because she could not see any signs of cultivation in Qinxiang's body. "Madam Peach Blossom, if you had attacked just now, I don't know about the consequences. In short, Huang Jintian probably wouldn't have come looking for you. But you should know that Huang Jintian doesn't dare to leave the profound realm casually." Qinxiang is not relying on Huang Jintian, but even if the big heads of Super Martial School join forces, they will still not be able to defeat you, and even if the entire Qin Martial continent joined forces, they will not count much in your eyes. Back then, beside the demon and devil sinkhole, he had personally witnessed Qinxiang killing each and every expert one of them, fearlessly. I don't believe that if not for Huang Jintian, no matter how strong he is, he would just be a little kid. An old man said in disdain, "Oh, if he used 10 relive Dan to reward you, what would happen to you?" From what I know, his pill refining skills were not imparted to him by the super martial school's mysterious Elder Dan, and he was not Hua Xiangyue either. Before he entered the super martial school, he already had a solid foundation in pill refining. Lien Ingshao laughed. What everyone doesn't know is that Fire Divine Palace's Han Lai still owes him a favor. Han Lai did indeed owe Qin Xiang a favor. If it wasn't for Qin Xiang helping him today, he probably would still be trapped inside the magical corruption gas. Although Han Lai didn't say it, judging from Han Lai's temperament, he would definitely remember this favor. There had been a few experts present who had experienced the incident at Demon and Devil Sinkhole, and they believed without a doubt in this matter. After Qin Xiang left, he naturally did not know that others were talking about him. He was currently following Tingying and had stayed in the ancient spirit Great Land for a very long time. Elder Brother Shin, Super Martial School is so powerful. Those people just now seem to be scared. Tingying said with admiration. Of course. Qin Xiang laughed. This group of people are simply bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. If you were very strong, they would definitely hide far away, but if you were very weak, hee. I understand. It's the same here, the strong preys on the weak. Tingying nodded. Elder Brother Shin, can I join you? I feel that if I were to interact with humans, I would be able to improve even faster. He originally only wanted to be friends with Tingying, but did not expect Tingying to actually want to join his super martial school. Of course you can. His super martial school will definitely be happy to accept you. You can be considered the first beast-like disciple of his super martial school. Tingying lived in a cave, and when Qin Xiang followed him to the depths of the cave, he could feel a very rich power of the 5 elements. 5-colored spirit bamboo. The moment Su Meiyao sensed this aura, he immediately recognized it. This is the second kind of main ingredient for refining 5 elements, profound Dan. The 5-colored bamboo grew very tall, and each section had 5 different colors. It emitted a weak glow and the power of the 5 elements. 5 elements, profound Dan, only needed 2 main medicinal herbs. Qin Xiang already had the 5 dragon crystal fruit, which meant that he would have a large amount of 5 elements, profound Dan ingredients. Tingying said, It took me a long time to grow this bamboo, but as my strength increases, it becomes more and more useless to me. If Elder Brother Shin needs it, then I'll go. I'm going to leave this place anyway and walk around the human world. Tingying said, It took me a long time to grow this bamboo, but as my strength increases, it becomes more and more useless to me. If Elder Brother Shin needs it, then I'll go. I'm going to leave this place anyway and walk around the human world. Of course, Qin Xiang would not want Tingying's things for nothing. He gave Tingying some high-level spirit fruits and profound beast pills, and their value Serpa. Said this 5-colored spirit bamboo, which was also why Qin Xiang wanted Tingying to stay in super martial school more peacefully. After placing the 5-colored spirit bamboo into the ring, Qin Xiang asked, Tingying, have you been to the depths of ancient spirit Great Land? No, the depths are very dangerous. If I go in, I will definitely die. Although I don't know what's inside, my intuition tells me that with my current strength, I will only be courting death. Tingying could clearly feel the danger in the depths of his heart. Qin Xiang followed Tingying to the top of a tall mountain. Looking down, they could only see mountains shrouded in clouds, unable to see what was down below. Now that we're at a place, we'll be at the edge of danger. There's a boundary here. As long as we enter, it would be equivalent to stepping into someone else's territory. Tingying looked into the distance with a serious expression. Although Tingying was an archaic strange beast, it just landed in the room, growing slowly and with a limited amount of strength, just like Long Shui. If Long Shui did not meet him, his path of growth would have been MPY, and might even fall into the hands of others. Just as Qin Xiang and Tingying were chatting casually, a slight tremble came over. However, Qin Xiang could tell that it came from the depths of the danger. Those guys are idiots. They actually ran in. Tang Ing gritted his teeth and said, Elder Brother Shin, let's leave this place quickly. If we anger the bunch of powerful fellows inside, we will be in danger. What are those powerful fellows? Qin Xiang asked. He was a little worried about Dongfang Jing. I don't know. They look like humans, but they aren't, because they don't have the aura of humans. Tang Ying was at a loss. Qin Xiang used a Luotian gate to open a spatial door, then said to Tang Ying, Once you enter, you will be at Super Martial School. When that time comes, go and find Gudong Qin or Wu Keiming. Just say that I recommended it. Tang Ying memorized it and nodded, then asked, Elder Brother Shin, you want to go inside, right? And I'm only going in to take a look. There's no need to worry about me. Qin Xiang laughed. Be careful. Ting Ying patted Qin Xiang's shoulder, his young and handsome face revealing a rare smile. Tang Ying stepped into the spatial gate and immediately transformed into a black hawk, flying quickly towards the direction of the origin of the vibration. After flying for a short while, Qin Xiang sensed an extremely strange energy, as if he had just penetrated an invisible energy barrier. There's indeed something strange. That invisible barrier was formed naturally, but it has been used. As long as we pass through it, we will be detected. Moreover, there will also be remnants of energy on our body. We will be accurately targeted. Long Shui said, You have transformed into a black hawk through mana, so when you enter, you will not be discovered, and your body will not be touched by the energy. So someone was inside. Only humans knew how to use such complicated things. I'm not sure yet. In short, he's a very intelligent guy, and he's also very strong. Look down below. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang could clearly see a faint energy aura below the towering ancient trees. This aura was left behind after the Great Battle, and had even been left behind many years ago. Can the Heaven Tour method be used? Qin Xiang asked. No. Long Shui sighed. Very quickly, Qin Xiang arrived at a place with traces of a fierce battle. From the qi he had left behind, he could tell that they were all Nirvana realm experts. Looks like I can only use the old method. Become a bird and fly in the lower part of the forest. Long Shui said, I'll try using my nose to see if I can find that little idiot. Ancient trees were everywhere on ancient spirit, great land. These trees had absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for many years, and had grown extremely thick and stu. Are dysprosium. Some had even evolved, and if one was patient, one could find many profound fruit here. And I found it. It's easy to distinguish the smell of this little idiot Qin Xiang. When she's together with her father, there's also that peach blossom lady. Long Shui said, when Qin Xiang and Tang Ying met the group of rankers, he had only glanced at Yao Shumi. He did look rather pleasing to the eyes, but he felt that Dongfang Jing, this little idiot, was more likable. According to the direction that Long Shui was pointing in, Qin Xiang could see many traces on the way here. For example, there were some large trees with claws, some footprints on the ground, and some large trees that had collapsed. These footprints were not wearing shoes. They were human footprints, but they were a bit bigger. Moreover, these guys' claws are very sharp. They can release that kind of powerful energy when grabbed. Long Shui looked at the marks and realized, it seems like there are many of these things, and they are all in groups. Some of the footprints are very big, but the scars are very shallow and should be the strongest. Now, what he was sure of was that there was something very similar to a human in this ancient spirit, great land, and it was a little bigger than a normal person. We need to get close to that group of things. There are quite a few of them, dozens of them. Long Shui anxiously said, although he had turned into a bird, if the noise he made was too loud, he would still be discovered. It didn't take long before he saw the things that they had guessed many times. They were indeed people. Other than that, the biggest difference compared to ordinary people was that they had 4 hands, The other two were grown from the back, and their arms were even longer and thicker. These extra hands had 10 very sharp fingernails, and from a distance they looked like cold H.I. plus Ning daggers. These people were all bald, with a black dot sticking out from the back of their head. Qin Xiang saw from their eyes that this kind of person was like a wild beast. Their eyes were filled with brutality and ruthlessness. And among them, there were 3 who were even larger than them, walking in front, releasing low growls one after another. Exiled vile race. Long Shui pondered for a long time before taking a deep breath and said, "What? The evil realm? The reproduction speed and growth speed of this race are very fast, but they don't have much intelligence. Only a few of them have the same intelligence as humans, so they are easily enslaved by their king." Su Meiyao also knew about this race. That's basically the case. Because of this, during the ancient times, it was hard to get along with humans, and humans had to spend a lot of time to change them. But after they were attacked, this race once started a large-scale war, attacking humans and feeding on them because they were all born with strong power. They did not need to cultivate to become stronger, so there was a great threat. When we were in the primordial era, they all called these guys evil barbarian. Their most powerful move was the pair of hands that they had grown up with on their back. Long Shui said, "When we were in the primordial era, they all called these guys evil barbarian. Their most powerful move was the pair of hands that they had grown up with on their back." Long Shui said, as Chun Xiang followed behind this group of evil barbarian, he could sense a pair of long and thick arms condensing behind their backs. As expected, Dongfang Chaochuan and Yao Shumi were being chased closely by this group of evil barbarianess because they had to protect quite a few of their juniors, so they could only run away. "Look at the fingernails on their hands." Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang immediately focused his sight on the fingernails on evil barbarian's hands. These nails were like short swords, emitting a kind of white glow. Waving the big hands that grew from the back, those sharp sword nails instantly fell off the fingers like rain, flying towards Dongfang Chaochuan and the others. Dongfang Chaochuan and Yao Shumi seemed to have experienced this kind of attack before, as they immediately released the innate qi, forming 2 thick walls of the innate qi blocking behind them. It was also at that time that fingernails that were like swords smashed into the first layer of the innate qi's walls, causing the second layer to be filled with cracks. So powerful! Their nails grew out again. No wonder they wanted to escape. If they didn't run faster, those young people would have been killed by those nails. Qin Xiang exclaimed. Dongfang Chaochuan also started to fight back. He threw a punch towards the group of evil barbarian people chasing behind him. The power of the punch turned into countless of fists, causing a large layer of the ground to form, and all the trees were smashed apart by the powerful fist force. In that moment, a large area was flattened. What surprised him was that those evil barbarian were fine. They had just been pushed back. However, when they stood up, they immediately started to chase after them. Their running speed was fast to the point that Chun Xiang could only click his tongue. He did not expect these huge and bulky fellows to be so agile, able to easily jump on the branches of those huge trees after entering the forest. Qin Xiang was unable to see the true strength of these dozens of evil barbarian. If it was 100 refining realm warrior that was H.I.T. by Dongfang Chaochuan's fist just now, even if they were not dead, they would at least be severely injured. However, these evil barbarian were only blown back by the strong force of the punch. Is there any good way to deal with them? Qin Xiang asked. Evil barbarian's physical body is very strong. This is natural, especially when facing off head-on. Their endurance is very strong. As for their weakness, it is to attack the pair of arms growing out from their back, and the most effective method is to cut off that pair of arms. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang watched from the sky and realized that the larger 3 evil barbarian-s were the leaders, and that they had never attacked before. These guys have split up. Chen Xiang suddenly saw that two of the leaders had brought around 10 or so evil barbarians with them, so he increased his speed and chased after them from two sides. The leaders were already the same as the humans, because right in front of Dongfang Chaochuan and the others, a group of evil barbarian S suddenly appeared. At this moment, they were all gathered in different directions, and Chen Xiang counted down. No matter how far away they are, those leaders will be able to exchange information, communicate, discuss, and communicate with each other. In the process of pursuing just now, maybe they already had a meeting, so the 10 leaders are most likely having a mutual understanding with each other. So they have a very good teamwork. Long Shui said she also admired these leaders. For these leaders to bring a group of reckless evil barbarian to attack the human world, that is an extremely terrifying thing to do. Su Meiyao said. Very quickly, Dongfang Chaochuan and the rest were surrounded. They only had 2 stronger people on their side. But the evil barbarian had 10 leaders. The other evil barbarian S strengths were also unfathomable. At least they were not something the young men could handle. Ha ha, foolish humans. We always wanted to go out and destroy you. We never thought that you would come here by yourselves. Don't worry, we won't kill you. You will become our slaves. Chen Xiang could see now that the largest body of the evil barbarian was the stronger it was. Chen Xiang stood on top of a tree and took out the death-haunting arrow that he had recently refined. He locked onto the arms of several tens of evil barbarian S. The skins of these fellows are very thick. Let's use the dragon power S. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang immediately activated the innate qi in his body and turned it into a dragon power and a devil-suppressing holy power. Who are you people? We did not provoke you. Yao Shumi raised her eyebrows and asked coldly, As long as you are human, we have sufficient reasons to annihilate you. We are irreconcilable with you, the leader said ferociously. As long as Chen Xiang was able to see the back of the evil barbarian, most of them would be locked on by Chen Xiang. In order for the arrow he shot to be effective, Chen Xiang had added a little magical corruption gas so that it could break through the defense. This arrow was aimed at dozens of targets and was not ineffective at all. Chen Xiang had used the innate qi of the 3rd floor for him who had one. 28 million genuine granule. The 3rd floor was extremely terrifying. Go! As Chen Xiang shouted in his heart, the death-haunting arrow that was silently coalescing its crossbow slightly trembled, and a transparent arrow flew out. It then split into tens of smaller arrows and accurately shot into the arms on the backs of 53 evil barbarians. After the arms behind the evil barbarian were blasted into ABL, OOD, why mist, a blaze erupted. The flame and the magical corruption gas mixed together and drilled into the bodies of the evil barbarian S through their wounds, burning and rotting their internal organs. In an instant, more than 50 evil barbarian S fell. Being ambushed made the leader furious. Who is it? Chen Xiang laughed loudly. It's your grandpa. Chase, the leader roared. He did not care about Dongfang Chaochuan and the rest, and immediately ran towards the direction of Chen Xiang's voice. Dongfang Chaochuan and Yao Shumi looked at each other, then attacked together, aiming at the arms on the backs of the leaders, then used their strongest power to unleash their fastest attack. In merely an instant, that strong aura turned into a violent storm, and countless palm images and fist images followed the storm and smashed onto the backs of the evil barbarianess. Because just now they saw that Chen Xiang's attack was extremely fatal to the evil barbarian. Especially after the arm behind him was destroyed, it was basically considered as crippled. And when they attacked the evil barbarian directly earlier, it was unable to harm them. Dongfang Chaochuan took out a long sword and leaped out, moving through the innate qi storm and instantly arriving behind the leaders. She waved the sword and cut off the arms on their backs. And Yao Shumi, unwilling to be outdone, waved the 2 slender pink long whips, ruthlessly and quickly whipping the thick arms on evil barbarian's back. Every time a whip lashed out with her extremely strong innate qi, an explosion would occur. Dongfang Chaochuan took out a long sword and leaped out, moving through the innate chi storm and instantly arriving behind the leaders. She waved the sword and cut off the arms on their backs, and Yao Shumi, unwilling to be outdone, waved the two slender pink long whips, ruthlessly and quickly whipping the thick arms on evil barbarian's back. Every time a whip lashed out with her extremely strong innate chi, an explosion would occur. In the short span of a few moments after Chen Xiang's sneak attack, the leaders were struck back fiercely by Dongfang Chaochuan and her, and a large number of them died. Just as Long Shui said, those two arms were the lifeline of the evil barbarian. Once it was destroyed, its power would be greatly reduced, and it would not be able to retaliate. The large leader, who was laughing sinisterly, just now had a face full of anger as he looked at the arms that were chopped off by Dongfang Chaochuan on the ground. These leaders did not expect that the person who they had been chasing down the entire time would actually retaliate with such ferocity, and at a strength that was not weak either. Yao Shumi and Dongfang Chaochuan were mainly here to protect the young people, to not let go and fight them. So as long as they saved their strength, they could protect the young people as they escaped and leave this dangerous place. The leader roared and jumped into the forest. But at this moment, a green light flashed, leaving a green arc in the air. The leader's body was also split in half like a crescent moon. Chen Xiang slowly floated down, a large domineering green blade in his hand. Without those arms, you actually became so weak. Chen Xiang put the green dragon demon-slain broadsword on his shoulder and walked towards Dongfang Jing while grinning. "You little idiot, you must be scared." Dongfang Jing's jade face was filled with fear. Seeing that Chen Xiang had arrived, she smiled sweetly at him and nodded. Yao Shumi and Dongfang Chaochuan were just about to speak out to thank Chen Xiang, but Chen Xiang suddenly shouted in front of them, "You guys truly aren't listening to their advice, coming in and causing trouble. There are a lot of people here, and this is just outside. Everything you guys have met are just for fun. If you were surrounded by a large group of people, I won't be able to save you." Yao Shumi was actually the one who extended a helping hand. If it wasn't for Chen Xiang's help, they would definitely have fallen into a bitter battle. "Young Master Shen, you're right. Thank you, young Master Shen, for saving me." Yao Shumi arrived in front of Chen Xiang and gave a bland smile. He bowed to Chen Xiang, causing the disciples of the Peach Blossom Fairylandess to be dumbstruck. Chen Xiang put away the green dragon demon-slain broadsword that was dripping with blood and laughed. Madame Peach Blossom didn't invite my super martial school as a guest earlier. She's probably afraid that I would cause trouble. This caused Yao Shumi's jade face to redden. She did not expect Chen Xiang to say such words in front of her, which made her feel slightly embarrassed. As said, Yao Shumi did not refute him with a blush. Plussing face, he smiled and nodded. "Please forgive me. In the future, whenever young Master Shin comes to the Peach Blossom Fairyland, we will welcome him at any time." Chen Xiang pointed in a direction. "If you want to go in this direction, you can leave this place. When you came in, you already possessed a bit of energy and will be easily detected by that group of people. They are primordial evil barbarian-s, sealed here, so after you leave the great natural formation that seals them, you all aren't afraid of being hunted down." "What about the others?" Dongfang Chaochuan asked. "Let them be. I'm only here to save the little fool. But now, I want to take a look in the depths." Chen Xiang pinched Dongfang Jing's face tightly, then fled into the forest and disappeared. Big brother Chen Xiang, be careful along the way. Hearing that Chen Xiang was about to go deeper in, Dongfang Jing was startled. She anxiously shouted, but she could no longer see Chen Xiang. Just as Chen Xiang left, Lian Yingxiao flew over with a smile. "I didn't expect that the matter of the hero saving the beauty would be SNATC. Head away by Chen Xiang. Island Lord Lian. After we send these young people out, we must return. The situation here is not good, and if there are any serious casualties, we must take responsibility. After all, we were the experts who proposed to carry out these activities." Yao Shumi said with a serious face. Lien Yingxiao nodded his head. This is something that I must do. You guys should have stopped Qinxiang just now and asked him about some things regarding this place. He and that Kylan Thunder Eagle are friends. You guys should know something. Qinxiang did not know much about the evil barbarian. He only knew the weaknesses of the evil barbarian S. He was just curious how the evil barbarian empire operated in the depths of the ancient spirit Great Land. The ancient spirit Great Land was formed from multiple continents colliding together, so the spirit energy was extremely dense. However, Qinxiang did not come across any spirit medicines along the way, but instead he met places with spirit medicines. When he Pa S said bye, he could still feel the remnant aura. This footprint is the footprint of a shoe. It looks like a normal person, but it doesn't leave any breath. Moreover, there aren't many footprints. It must have come from a tree. After Qinxiang saw the footprints, he started to ponder. Looking at the traces, it should have been some time. Could it be that someone came here to gather spirit medicine frequently? Qinxiang had to be even more careful now. In this area, it was very easy for some spiritual herbs to grow. He walked around and found that there were dozens of humans that had been here before. However, it was hidden very well and was not discovered by the evil barbarian. Or else, after it was discovered by the evil barbarian, this group of people would be able to kill the evil barbarian. Long Shui said, the deeper they went, the denser the spiritual qi became. Although there was a certain distance between them and the profound realm, it was much denser than the spiritual qi of many big sections. One must know that when big sects were built, they were only decided by selecting thousands and thousands of other big sections. It might be a demon beast in human form. Su Meiao's words made Qinxiang's heart tremble. The majority of the humanoid beasts were from the Nirvana stage, and they were very strong. Although the ancient spirit Great Land didn't have as many people as the others, the hidden dangers made many strong pract. 1. Tioniers have no choice but to treat them with caution. Qinxiang turned into a common green bird, flying in the dense forest. It could avoid being attacked by some demon beasts that had strong concealing abilities. After flying for half a day, Qinxiang suddenly heard a threatening and ruthless voice. If you don't hand over the spirit herbs that you've harvested, I'll pinch this little girl to death. This voice was somewhat familiar to Qinxiang. He could hear that it was one of the experts, and very quickly he saw an infuriating scene. A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe was pinching the nape of a 5 to 6-year-old girl, lifting her up. Qinxiang was furious. From the middle-aged man's service, he knew that the middle-aged man was from Thunder Heaven School. The middle-aged man menacingly threatened the 3 beast-skinned, muscular men. Their faces were also filled with anger, and there were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. They had 1 or 2 bloody holes on their bodies, and their faces were ugly. The middle-aged man menacingly threatened the 3 beast-skinned, muscular men. Their faces were also filled with anger, and there were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. They had 1 or 2 bloody holes on their bodies, and their faces were ugly. The swords in their hands had traces of blood on them, so it was likely that they were the ones who had pierced through the 3 burly men's bodies. Their faces were also briming with complacent smiles. The humans outside are indeed the same as the evil barbarian. It's just that they're even more despicable and vicious than the ones in the evil barbarian. A one-eyed man roared angrily and took out some spiritual medicines that were emitting dense amounts of spiritual energy. They had just collected these. When Qinxiang saw this, he was infuriated. Thunder Heaven School was, after all, a very famous sect in this new world. This guy, he should be the leader of the Thunder Heaven School. Lei Durong definitely cannot let him go. Qinxiang took out the death-haunting arrow, condensed it into dragon power, and released it. He wanted to control the magical corruption gas very precisely, as long as it was enough to make the inner body of the Thunder Heaven School become dirty and rotten. Shui watched the timing. Use your mana to save that little girl. We can't let this guy succeed. Chun Xiang said, as the condensed crossbow arrow shot out angrily. After the arrow was shot out, Lei Durong immediately sensed that someone was sneaking an attack on him. The moment he relaxed, a strange power made the girl in his hand suddenly drop her hand and shout towards the one-eyed man. Who? Lei Durong roared angrily. Qin Xiang's arrow did not pierce through his body, but was blocked by a powerful armor. Even so, the magical corruption gas still spread out on Lei Durong's body, went through his clothes and armor, and drilled into his body through his skin. Lei Durong was indeed a leader of a sect, and very quickly he found out that he was poisoned and hurriedly swallowed a high-level detoxification pill. He sat down cross-legged and started meditating. He knew that the poison was extremely terrifying and was wreaking havoc in his body. The word die was a bit unfamiliar to the warriors who had just crossed the 8th tribulation of Nirvana realm. Usually, they would only feel this kind of fear when facing Nirvana Doom-S. But now that he felt the strange poison aura in his body, he could not help but feel a deep sense of fear. Protector, don't let anyone near me. The guy that plotted against me is definitely not strong, or else he would have appeared a long time ago. Lei Durong growled, and had the 3 disciples beside him surround him. When the STUR-DY guys saw this, they knew that someone was trying to save them from the shadows. They were carrying the girl, and wanted to leave, so Lei Durong groaned and released a strong force that pushed the few men down to the ground. The girl, who was protected by the one-eyed big guy, did not get hurt. Lei Durong had to pay a price for this. Just now, with his luck, the poison spread even faster, causing his internal organs to rot, and he quickly took out a bottle, but he was immediately smashed by Qin Xiang's arrow. Despicable. Lei Durong trembled, gritted his teeth, and spat out a few words. Qin Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and as expected, it flew from a distant tree. In a few breaths' time, it arrived in front of Lei Durong. I'm afraid I'm not as despicable as you, old turtle. Qin Xiang chuckled. It was actually Qin Xiang. Lei Durong felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He, a dignified leader of a sect, was actually ambushed by this brat, Qin Xiang, and he was poisoned. You and I have no enmity with each other. Why did you try to harm me? Qin Xiang shouted in a low voice. Qin Xiang possessed a large number of relived Dan, so he naturally could possess powerful poisons as well. Lei Durong never dared to underestimate Alchemist, because the pills given by Alchemist could not only save people, but also kill people and formless, causing them to die miserably. Qin Xiang laughed coldly. These people also have no enmity with you. Why are you teaching other people's spirit medicine? You even use a child to threaten me. You don't have the right to ask me that question. I just can't bear to see you do it. As long as you give me the antidote, I can apologize to them and compensate them. Lei Durong clenched his fists tightly. It was not easy for him to get through the 8 tribulations of Nirvana, and he was not willing to die like this. Qin Xiang laughed. I don't trust you. Just then, a disciple of the Thunder Heaven School suddenly flew out in the direction of the girl. Qin Xiang's reaction was not slow either. He flashed towards her, and at the same time, chopped the Thunder Heaven School disciple into 2 halves. It was just a single slash, yet a disciple of the 100 Refining Realm was sliced off by Qin Xiang like tofu. The armor on his body was completely useless. Qin Xiang could guess that all of this was because of Lei Durong's divine sense. Humph! Qin Xiang's divine blade shook, releasing a clear dragon's roar, and the blood on it was also shaken into ABL. Oh, I missed. The remaining 2 disciples started trembling. They knew that Lei Durong did not have the power to resist. If not, they would have killed him already. They were afraid that Qin Xiang's strong poison would have noiselessly poisoned a powerful warrior like him. You. Before Lei Durong could finish his words, Qin Xiang flashed forward and shouted coldly, Die! The blood was black and carried a strong poison, causing the two disciples to feel weak from head to toe. Their powerful leader died in front of them, just like that, killed by a little ghost. But they were not afraid for long, and fell into a deep slumber forever. After Chun Xiang killed Lei Durong, they also killed the two disciples. Chun Xiang released a wisp of flame, which carried the devil-suppressing holy power. It was able to burn the poison within a short period of time and cleanse the place completely. Are all of you okay? Chun Xiang walked over and supported the one-eyed burly man up, then smiled at the cute girl who was crying like the rain. Thank you for saving us. Looks like the humans outside are all like those guys. The man looked at Chun Xiang with awe. They knew of Lei Durong's strength. They were like ants in Lei Durong's eyes, but they were still slaughtered by him. No need to be polite. These guys are good people wherever there are people. However, once they take a fancy to something they want, they will be more dangerous than anyone else. Chun Xiang laughed. Chun Xiang chatted with the three big-sized men for a while before he found out that they were native to this place, called the Ancient Spirit Race. This was also the place where the evil barbarian originated from. They had absorbed the same amount of energy as the evil barbarian, so they were sealed here and could not leave. Their overall strength was actually not weak, comparable to the evil barbarians. Which elder did they come out with? It was only because that elder went to chase after a powerful ancient beast that he made them wait here, and then met Lei Durong. He just so happened to see them picking those rare spirit medicines, so Lei Durong was greedy and wanted to A-to-CH them away. The Ancient Spirit clan only had a bit more than 1,000 people. The name of their village was the Ancient Spirit Village. The houses in the village were all made of green, jade-like stones. It was said that they had been there for hundreds of thousands of years, and were extremely dysprosium. The Ancient Spirit clan only had a bit more than 1,000 people. The name of their village was the Ancient Spirit Village. The houses in the village were all made of green, jade-like stones. It was said that they had been there for hundreds of thousands of years, and were extremely dysprosium. The moment Chun Xiang walked into the village, Long Shui immediately said, "This village is not simple. There are quite a few powerful people, and they are even inside a transparent, profound realm." Just by saying that you can see the outside scenery inside the profound realm, but you can't see in from the outside, this kind of profound realm is very special, very rare. The edge of the village was just a few densely packed forests. Chun Xiang released his divine sense, but was unable to penetrate through, which showed that what Long Shui said was true. Because Chun Xiang saved the few big men, he was invited to this place. What surprised Chun Xiang was that the village head of the Ancient Spirit Village actually personally came to receive him. Chun Xiang chatted with the big men along the way and knew that the village head of the Ancient Spirit Village was the strongest person here. His name was Gu Hua. He was a kind, white-haired old man, and when he walked out, he immediately smiled and said to Chun Xiang, "It has been a long time since someone from the outside came in. Little brother, you have saved these few kids. Please come in." Seeing the ancient saying, Chun Xiang had a strange, unspeakable feeling, and this feeling felt very familiar. He followed Gu Hua to a very simple hall, and that familiar feeling became even stronger. Gu Dongqin. It's just that Gu Dongqin hid his presence very well. Could it be that Gu Dongqin came out of the Ancient Spirit Village? A thought flashed in Long Shui's mind, and he immediately said in shock, "This ancient spirit great land is very far away from the mortal martial realm. Why would Gu Dongqin appear here?" Chun Xiang was also extremely shocked in his heart. That familiar aura was indeed very similar to Gu Dongqin's. In addition, Chun Xiang also realized that this Gu Hua and he have something in common, that is, they're very thrifty. Because an outsider suddenly came to the Ancient Spirit Village. Many curious children came to watch, but they were all driven away by Gu Hua. "Gu Hua pa es," said Chun Xiang a cup of tea. It was pitch black and had a rather pungent smell. Chun Xiang received it and took a sip, almost spitting it out. Village Chief Gu, the taste of this tea. It's weird. Although the taste was bad, Chun Xiang could only swallow his words. Oh, maybe it's been too long. Gu Hua's old face reddened, and she poured herself a pot of water so that Chun Xiang could eat it. This guy is too stingy. He actually used all these tea leaves that have been placed for who knows how long to make guests drink. He has the same moral character as Gu Dongchen. Long Shui groaned. Village Chief Gu, have any of you left the ancient spirit, great land before? Chun Xiang asked. His intuition told him that Gu Dongchen might be one of these people. Gu Hua stroked his beard and nodded. There are a few people who have left before, but all of them have used very special methods, such as the transmission array, or were taken away by outsiders. Hearing Gu Hua say this, Chun Xiang was sure that Gu Dongchen was one of those brats, and it was very possible that he was taken away by his senior brother. Sai, our ancient spirit clan is just too unlucky. We absorbed the same energy as the evil barbarian, drank the same water, and then somehow a natural formation suddenly appeared. In the end, we were trapped here for many years. Gu Hua sighed. But our ancestors said before that it was because this is a very dangerous place that neither human nor ghost was born here. Originally, we were going to move away, but we couldn't bear to part with this village because it was very safe here. The evil barbarian had attacked us multiple times, and they couldn't do anything to us. We'll be trapped here forever. Although Gu Hua was a powerful warrior with unfathomable strength, he looked like an old man in his late 20s. Little brother, can you tell me what is going on outside? There have never been so many people entering that natural array before. Gu Hua asked curiously. Chun Xiang nodded and then told Gu Hua about the New World's matter. This caused Gu Hua to look at Chun Xiang in fear. Is it finally coming? I never thought that it would happen in my generation. Gu Hua frowned and muttered. Seeing Gu Hua's expression, Chun Xiang had a bad premonition. He anxiously asked, What is coming? Great war between 3 realms. Our ancestors said that the last time great war between 3 realms would start from our ancient spirit, great land. Gu Hua said, One last great war between 3 realms. Previously, Long Shui had already guessed that if the demon dweller and the 3 realms fused together, this would be the last time for the great war between 3 realms. Chun Xiang drank the tea in one gulp, then asked with a serious expression, starting from ancient spirit great land, what does that mean? Gu Hua laughed desolately. The first demonic path of the New World is open from here. The reason the ancient spirit great land gave birth to the evil barbarian is because the sea here is very weak, and the demon and devil realms' energy can penetrate here, which is why the evil barbarian turned out to be like this, a fusion of demons, and humans. Chun Xiang immediately stood up and clenched his fists. I need to go back immediately and let everyone prepare. If necessary, we need to seal this place. Gu Hua shook his head. I can't seal it. You'll know when the time is right. When that Pa-S sage is opened, the powerful spatial energy it generated will tear apart the natural formation, and then a very large tunnel would appear. It looks like the 3 continents are connected together. Chun Xiang now understood why so many continents in this world had collided together back then. It was because SPAC was shrinking, and not long after, a very large spatial Pa-S sageway would appear here. Great war between 3 realms would start from here. This is the last time the 3 realms will be opened, because it won't be closed any longer. There will be countless tunnels into the New World, and the 3 realms will be fused together. Gu Hua said. Suddenly, a weak tremble came over. Gu Hua immediately stood up and walked out of the house, raising his head to look at the sky, only to see 2 gigantic black holes appearing there. What's that? Chun Xiang opened his eyes wide. His face was filled with shock, and the 2 gigantic black holes were slowly descending. Pa-S sage is a Pa-S sageway to the demon world and the demon world. As long as they land on the ground, the ancient spirit great land will become larger, double the amount of land, which is the world structure of the demon world and the demon world. The Pa-S sageway, the world channel to the demon world, will become larger, double the number of times the amount of land, which is the world structure of the demon world and the demon world. Chan Xiang finally understood that the mortal martial realm was connected to the demon and devil realms, and the other side of the great devil mountains was connected to the ocean. But now, the great war between three realms had begun. The first of the three realms, Pa-S, sage, would be born in the ancient spirit great land. If the ancient spirit race hid in the profound realm, they would naturally be fine. But it was hard to say for themselves where else. If the ancient spirit race hid in the profound realm, they would naturally be fine. But it was hard to say for themselves where else. Fortunately, each world had only one path. If each continent had only one path, then things would become troublesome. I didn't expect it to start so soon. I have to go back and prepare. Qin Xiang had originally thought that there was enough time to wait for him to cross the Nirvana doom. But now, the first Pa-S sage had already appeared. The Pa-S sage above the Chen martial continent would probably appear soon. Be careful. Gu Hua nodded, then sent Qin Xiang out of the ancient spirit village. When Qin Xiang came outside, he felt an extremely dense, demonic aura. He took out the Luotian gate and wanted to open a spatial tunnel, but did not succeed because the SPAC was very unstable and there were tyrannical spatial fluctuations everywhere. Now we can only fly back. Qin Xiang turned into a bird and quickly flew in the forest. At the same time, in the dangerous places filled with demonic aura on many continents of the New World, the spatial energy fluctuations were extremely intense. These places were all the same as the Chen martial continent. They were all places where the demonic tunnels appeared in the same world. Because the great war between three realms was nearby, all of the continents sent people to watch. At this moment, Gu Dongqin received the news and immediately became anxious. The big shots of the various forces in the mortal martial realm were gathered together. The other realms were also in the same state. At this moment, they had become extremely united, or else they would be destroyed, and no matter how many resources they had, they would have no chance of using them. When the experts from the ancient spirit great land S encountered the evil barbarian S, they tactfully stayed far away. When the Pa-S sage appeared, they basically came to the coastal transmission array and saw the huge black hole in the sky. Could it be that the ancient spirit great land is the center of this new world? Generally, this sort of place is the weakest. Baiyu said, when he first entered the sacred Dan realm, he came from the center of it. It's very possible. Long Shui said, if that's the case, then the center of the demon realm is not so simple. The people there are all strong. It's the gathering place of the devil race. Baiyu said, Chan Xiang had seen the people of the devil clan before, and they had even been killed before. So he didn't think that they were powerful at all. Although you've killed those people with the surname demon, they aren't of pure devil bloodline. If they have pure devil bloodline, then those at the same level as you won't be weaker than you. Baiyu said very seriously, and I understand. To make Baiyu be so serious, Qin Xiang knew that Baiyu was worried about him and wanted him to be careful. Qin Xiang did not notice what happened to the two gigantic black holes. He only felt that a burst of spatial energy was becoming more and more tyrannical, and that the natural formation would definitely be destroyed because of this. At that time, the evil barbarian would be able to leave the ancient spirit great land, and if those evil barbarianesses were controlled by the demon and devil realms, it would be unimaginable. There's a situation. Someone is coming. It's an intense demonic energy. It should be the people from the demon world. Long Shui anxiously said, interesting. Someone can actually turn into a bird. A gentle yet curious voice suddenly came out, only to see a black net enveloping them. It moved as fast as lightning and trapped Qin Xiang, pinning him down on the ground. Qin Xiang immediately reverted back to his human form, feeling extremely shocked in his heart because someone actually saw him in his human form. Long Shuai had said before, only the experts of the divine way could see through him. How did you do it? If I didn't have the demonic saint's divine vision, I wouldn't even be able to see it. A snow-white man wearing a luxurious black robe lightly landed in front of Qin Xiang. From time to time, a red glow flashed across one of his eyes. Soon after, 2 men and 2 women also landed on the ground. The moment they landed, the surrounding trees were suddenly turned into black ashes, and then were blown away by a strong wind. A charming purple-haired woman said with a disgusted tone, "I hate these trees. I want to destroy them." The hundreds of trees in the surroundings were all destroyed in an instant by this woman, and the technique she used was very strange and terrifying. Qin Xiang, who was trapped in the black net, was dumbstruck. He knew that the 3 men and 2 women that surrounded him were all strong young experts in the demon world, and it was very possible that they were the devil race that Bai Yu mentioned had pure blood. Is this the man of the human world? My looks are pretty good, and my figure is even better than all of you. It's just that my strength is a bit lacking, so I really want to offer my first time to such a handsome man in the mortal world. A red-haired lady said charmingly as she twisted her mature and charming body. Her eyes flickered with a red light, as if she was trying to hook away Qin Xiang's soul. The purple-haired woman who hated trees giggled. Big Sis wants to use him to train, right? Look at him. He's very calm. The red-haired girl saw that Qin Xiang was not bewitched by her and said in shock, "My bewitching eyes are useless against him. It seems he is not simple. I really want to see his performance on the bed." Before, Qin Xiang had heard Bai Yu say that there were some women in the demon world who would use some strong and handsome men to cultivate. Let me ask you, how did you become a bird? The voice of the white-faced man who looked like a woman asked. It was he who had covered Qin Xiang with the black net. Qin Xiang stood up, let out a cold snort, and his body shook. The transparent and colorless, devil-suppressing, holy power erupted, turning the black net into black powder. How did I become one has nothing to do with you. Why should I tell you? Qin Xiang sneered. Even though he was surrounded by 5 powerful devil cultivators, he was not afraid in the slightest. Looking at the floating black powder, the 3 men and 2 women were stunned. Number 2, this is the magic weapon that you think is the most powerful. The mature red-haired lady said as she frowned. She was extremely cautious towards Qin Xiang. When the white-faced man saw that his magic equipment had been destroyed, he was instantly enraged. However, his voice was still gentle. "Big sister, no matter how much you like him, I will still turn him into a pile of minced meat and eat him bit by bit." Lao Er, this is the prey that elder sister has set her eyes on. Leave it to me. After I finish training, I should have more bones to eat. The red-haired woman let out a cold laugh. Her hands suddenly turned red, and a pair of red claws appeared on the back of her hands. Qin Xiang heard others discussing how to eat his flesh and bones and felt upset. He never thought that he would be so delicious in the eyes of these devil cultivator. The red-haired girl smiled charmingly. Her clothes suddenly fell apart, leaving only 2 pieces of cloth on her body. One piece of jade peak was wrapped around her chest, while the other wrapped around her waist, revealing her proud figure. However, Qin Xiang was not moved by her actions. One must know that this woman was very bad. She actually wanted to use him to train, and even gave his bones to someone else to eat after cultivating. Nice focus. The red-haired woman knew that Qin Xiang was strong, but she knew that she was not weak. As she spoke, she had already floated in front of Qin Xiang and used her red claws to attack him ferociously. The red-haired girl's punches were extremely fast. Countless of red punches enveloped Qin Xiang, as though each punch was able to pierce through Qin Xiang's body, But what surprised everyone was that Qin Xiang was able to dodge all of them. The red-haired girl's punches were extremely fast. Countless of red punches enveloped Qin Xiang, as though each punch was able to pierce through Qin Xiang's body. But what surprised everyone was that Qin Xiang was able to dodge all of them. Shameless! Qin Xiang scolded. He grabbed the empty door of the red-haired girl and slapped it, fiercely hitting that extremely charming cheek. When his palm touched that smooth and silky cheek, he did not care about the woman at all and immediately released 10 explosive sounds. It was actually the 10th layer of devil-suppressing power. This power was very harmful to the demons. Now that it had been verified, the woman's face swelled up and her beautiful jade teeth were completely shattered by the violent devil-subduing method. Her originally beautiful face now looked completely different. Big sister. The 3 men and 1 woman who were watching from the side hurriedly started to shout. Their faces were full of anger, but they did not attack because they knew that the red-haired woman did not like people interfering with her battle. Qin Xiang could only smile and took out a very big mirror and threw it over. The red-haired lady looked at herself in the mirror and immediately became angry. "I will tear you apart." The red-haired woman was furious. Just then, Qin Xiang asked, "Are you from the Demon Eye clan?" This was what Bai Yu had told him, that the red-haired woman had enchanting eyes, the other man had the Saint Devil's divine vision. The other 3 people must have had it too, but they did not say it out loud. "That's right." The red-haired girl immediately replied. She turned into a red shadow and pounced towards Qin Xiang, her speed much faster than before, her red claws even leaving a scratch on Qin Xiang's face. But that was all, because Qin Xiang still dodged it. Qin Xiang laughed. Other than their powerful eyes, the Demonic Eye clan are lacking in everything else. "I thought you guys are the strongest in Devil Race. That's disappointing." At this moment, the 5 youths of the Demon Eye clan were all secretly surprised. This was because even the Demon Realm forces did not know about the internal situation in the Devil Race. "Enough to kill you. What are your last words now?" "You have already been poisoned by my poison." The red-haired woman suddenly laughed. Although her face was in pain when she laughed, she was truly happy. Just as the red-haired girl was laughing wildly, Qin Xiang suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the red-haired woman in the blink of an eye. After that, she threw out a punch and another 10 explosions sounded out, and this time, Qin Xiang even used dragon power, as the 2 types of berserk energies fused together, causing the lethality of the demon to increase, and with just 1 punch, the red-haired woman almost spat out all the shattered air and dirt in her body. "Big sis, how could you?" The man with the Saint Devil divine vision shouted in shock, and Qin Xiang had already flashed in front of him. The slaughtered D's hand released a terrifying killing intent that made people despair, bringing an extremely berserk purple lightning that struck the man's Saint Devil divine vision. Although this punch was not made using dragon power, for Qin Xiang, who possessed Thunder Soul, the lightning here was equally terrifying. It was only 1 punch, but the man's Saint Devil divine vision exploded, and the strong tap numbed the man's head, causing him to faint instantly. Whether they were dead or alive was unknown, and the remaining 3 people were incomparably shocked because this was different from their understanding of the human world. In the demon world, the people of the human world were incomparably weak, but the Qin Xiang in front of them was far more powerful than they could imagine. "Let's attack together." The purple-haired woman shouted out loud. She took out a black pole and rushed towards Qin Xiang. However, before she could even take a few steps forward, had already arrived in front of her, and a vicious lightning fist exploded in her eyes. The 2 men were also wrapped by the water vines, and the water vines were all wrapped up by Qin Xiang's devil-suppressing holy power, making it difficult for them to escape. This was what Bai Yu had told him. As long as he could harm their eyes, he would be able to make the innate qi in his body chaotic and unusable, and at the same time destroy their powerful demon eyes. Qin Xiang's 2 men were also beaten black by Qin Xiang. Although they did not die, they could still be considered to have been destroyed for the rest of their lives. This was great war between 3 realms' first battle. Chun Xiang wanted these 5 fellows to go back and tell the demon world that they had won their first battle. So weak. Chun Xiang rubbed his fist and turned back into a bird, quickly flying away from this place. There were people from the demon realm here. It seemed like they had already occupied the interior of the ancient spirit Great Land, and those evil barbarians had also been conquered by them. Bai Yu said, although these 5 people are not the strongest, but their demon eye is very strong. From their service and demonic techniques, their position in devil race is not low, but the demon eye race is usually in a supportive position. For example, if it's someone that has weak willpower, no matter if it's men or women, they would all be bewitched by them. Chun Xiang curled his lips. But it's already gone. I just punched her in the eye. This kind of person, compared to Sister Mayao, is 1,000 times worse. You actually want to seduce me. You can't even compare to the little Mimi of the little bad dragon, and you still dare to show off in front of me. Of all the women by Chun Xiang's side, regardless of their size, which one of them could be said to be infatuated with a dead person without paying with their life? He had been honed long ago. Apart from these women, it was really hard for other women to make him take off his pants. Ever since he ate Hua Xiangyue, the thing in his crotch received a lot of comfort and admiration and became much more obedient. At the same time, it made his vision even higher. By the side of the ancient spirit Great Land, many experts had already gathered, and the young people were already teleported away. When Lien Yingxiao saw Chun Xiangrus, plussing over with a solemn face, he knew that something big had happened in the ancient spirit Great Land. What's going on inside? Yao Shumi asked anxiously. The dense demonic qi made her face turn serious. Has started. From here on, all of you should quickly go back and make your preparations. The ancient spirit Great Land was the center of this new world, and the tunnel was also the center of it. Didn't the Devil Subduing College say that? In the center of demon and devil realms are some powerful fellows. Chun Xiang said, this caused all the experts to be moved. They had already guessed this, but they just couldn't believe it had happened so quickly. The experts did not leave as they were discussing what to do next. At the same time, they were waiting for the warriors who had entered to hunt the demon beasts. The experts did not leave as they were discussing what to do next. At the same time, they were waiting for the warriors who had entered to hunt the demon beasts. You guys better hurry up. Demon and Devil Realms' group will quickly occupy this place. This transmission array cannot be used by them. Chun Xiang said, but leader, Lei hasn't come out yet. We haven't seen him and his 3 disciples. An old man said, Thunder Heaven School and his 3 disciples had already been killed by Chun Xiang, so they naturally would not come out. Chun Xiang casually said, then you guys can decide. I'll be leaving first. Just as Chun Xiang stepped into the transmission array and was about to open it, he said to the rest of them, you all hurry up and leave. When Chun Xiang was inside, he could not use the Luotian gate to open the spatial tunnel, and the principle of the transmission array was the same. If the SPAC was not stable and they tried to teleport by force, the consequences would be dire. Chun Xiang activated the transmission array and returned to the Super Martial School. At this moment, the entire Super Martial School and the outside Heaven Door City were shrouded in panic. Although the Pa-S, Sageway, did not appear, the Great Devil Mountains was emitting an extremely strong demonic aura, and the news quickly spread throughout the Chun Martial continent because this was the prelude to the opening of the tunnel. Furthermore, a few experts of the mortal martial realm were gathered here, discussing on how to retreat together. The Great Devil Mountains was very close to the Devil Continent, and the warriors who cultivated in the evil way had long retreated, because they were now respectful to the demons and worried that they would be exterminated, and had no choice but to behave themselves and join forces with the righteous sects. Great Devil Mountains and Devil Continent were both very close to the SHORE. They used to be the most intense place among the great war between 3 realms as above, because this was the place that was connected to demon and devil realms. Chun Xiang was currently high in the sky, looking down at the distant region, shrouded in black fog. Looks like it's going to be soon. Such a dense, demonic aura means that a small opening has been opened in the S.P.A.C. Some demons should be coming. Bai Yu said, this was not the first time Chun Xiang had come to the Great Devil Mountains. This time he indeed felt a very strong demonic aura from the people here, which was the same as the one he felt in the ancient spirit Great Land. The Demon Pa-S sage that is connected to the ancient spirit Great Land is the headquarters of the demon and devil realms. The world at the heart of the demon realm is extremely powerful. I wonder how long this fierce battle will continue for. Bai Yu sighed. Chun Xiang returned to the super martial school, waiting for Gu Dongqin and the others to return from their meeting. During that time, he had refined some pellets, especially the healing antidote, because the demon and devil realms' and evil demons' use of poison was best at it. At this time, the various worlds all knew that the great war between three realms was coming, and Dan City was even more crowded. Many warriors had spent their entire life savings to buy life-saving pellets, but at this point of time, the pellet stores were running out of supplies. The super martial profound realm had already opened up some areas and built many houses. If the Chun martial continent were to fall, the super martial profound realm would become a refuge. And at that time, as long as the doors to the profound realm were closed, the demons would not be able to come in. The group of big shots in mortal martial realm had already been in a meeting for 3 whole days, and upon Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming's return, Chun Xiang immediately went to look for them. Junior Master, the situation is very serious. Although the various powers have agreed to send people to guard the Great Devil Mountains, there are not many people who would let go. Furthermore, there are some powers that are pessimistic and think that they will not be able to defend the Great Devil Mountains. Gu Dongqin sighed. How can they think that? Didn't they successfully defend it 100,000 years ago? Chun Xiang said. He paid a very heavy price to successfully defend it 100,000 years ago. Fortunately, there are a few powerful forces in the continent of the king that are willing to send extra people. I wonder if there will be any warriors willing to join when the time comes. Wu Keiming said. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then said, you and the other big shots of the Chun martial continent should discuss this with each other, using the demon's head to exchange for a spar. This can motivate many people to join. After all, killing demon and demon beasts are the same. They all need to take risks, but you all need to have enough spar to buy the demon's head. This is a good idea. The spar are not a problem. We big sects have a lot of them. Wu Keiming laughed, but Gu Dongqin could only lament. As a leader, he had to bleed a lot of blood. Oh right, Lu Menger didn't partake. 1P8. She only sent an elder over. What is she busy with? This is the time, Gu Dongqin said. Chun Xiang was Lu Menger's man, so he believed that Chun Xiang definitely knew about it. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xingyue were researching about how to create a profound realm. If they succeeded, then this would be exciting news. To deal with demons, the power of the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country was essential, because the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country had many weapons. The majority of the disciples in the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country were excellent experts in laying out formations, and all of them were extremely armed warriors. I'll go take a look. Recently, she has been researching very powerful formations, and she has been preparing them for the great war between 3 realms. Chun Xiang also wanted to ask Xue Xianxian about the relations HI plus P between him and Leng Yulan. This was an important place, and also the place where Lu Menger refined his artifacts. Chun Xiang had once been to this place, allowing Lu Menger to use her white jade dragon cauldron to refine his flesh. Chun Xiang was unable to find Lu Menger in the house, so he could only come here and feel the scorching aura. He knew that Lu Menger was currently inside. Chun Xiang entered from a cave and arrived at the belly of the mountain. He saw an incomparably large jade cauldron that was giving off hot air, and on top of the jade cauldron, there was a circular stone platform. "They're making array discs," Su Meiyao said. Seeing that Chen Xiang had arrived, Lu Meng'er and him floated down. "So this is how the array disc is made. This is the first time I've seen it," Chen Xiang exclaimed as he looked at the huge stone platform floating above. "This is only the beginning. Moreover, what you have seen is only the first level. The array discs that we will be creating will be 108 layers. When the time comes, they will be compressed together." As Lu Meng'er spoke, he helped her to wipe the sweat off her jade face. 108 levels. Are all array discs like this? Chen Xiang was shocked. How much time and effort was needed for this to happen? Of course not. Ordinary array discs can only go from 1 to 10. What we create are array discs that can create profound realm S. Dongfang Xinhua laughed. Lu Meng'er asked, "What urgent matter do you have for us? We are very busy right now, and we want to get the profound realm out as soon as possible before Great War between 3 realms starts." Chen Xiang also wanted a profound realm of his own. How grand was that? But he knew that Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua needed it more than him, so he did not speak up. Chen Xiang also wanted a profound realm of his own. How grand was that? But he knew that Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua needed it more than him, so he did not speak up. "I just want to ask about Xian Xian and Yulan's situation. Have they started their tribulation?" Chen Xiang was very worried about this. Their strength is already pretty good. Moreover, with your help, they should be able to successfully cross over. When the time comes, they will be in the nirvana stage. It will be safer there with a little profound realm. Lu Meng'er said. Chen Xiang nodded, then pointed to the gigantic floating disc and asked, "Can this kind of profound realm be S refined?" "Of course not. The ingredients for this formation plate were ACCU, mulat over the years by Meng'er and I, and they were all used up in one go. If there are a lot of ingredients, Meng'er and I might be able to quickly refine them in the time formation of Icy Wind Valley." At this time, Dongfang Xinhua had a very good understanding of Lu Meng'er's situation. There was a small, profound realm in the Icy Wind Valley, and there were time formation S inside. But men were not allowed to enter this small, profound realm. After Chen Xiang left the divine weapon's heavenly country, he started thinking about how to obtain these ingredients. The reason why these ingredients were so scarce was because it was difficult to create an array in the mortal realm, so most of the time it would be in a higher realm. At the entrance of the super martial school stood a group of robust men wearing white robes with a black moon painted in the middle. Seeing these servants, Bai Yu's voice carried doubt in it as he said, "These are the Black Moon Guards of the Devil race. They have a very high status, and even the demon I race has to be respectful to them. Why would they appear at the entrance of the super martial school now? Were they here to negotiate? Since when did the infernal domain become so formal? What? Is this guy from the demon world?" Chen Xiang immediately rushed into super martial school, only to see Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming conversing with a middle-aged man wearing black armor. When Chen Xiang came in, the middle-aged man immediately turned and looked at him. Although he released a sharp killing intent, he could not scare Chen Xiang. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a man wearing the same black armor. The handsome face of the man had a light smile, but there was killing intent in his eyes, as if he had a deep grudge with Chen Xiang. "Inside the ancient spirit great land, did you injure 5 of my subordinates?" the young man asked. Those 5 people of the Devil-like clan were actually the underlings of this youth. This caused Chen Xiang to be extremely shocked. One must know that the strength of the 5 demonic eye race members were not bad. After all, their superior was in nirvana stage. There's no other way. I was forced by them. Chen Xiang spread his hands. Chen Xiang, to be able to cause the ancient wasteland devil sect to issue a devil G. Oh, D-command is not disappointing. To think that it could actually injure my 5 capable subordinates in such a short amount of time. The young man said indifferently. Hearing the 3 words Devil G, Oh, D token. Qin couldn't help but have a headache. When he destroyed the devil G, oh, D altar, he didn't know that he had angered that fierce guy, and that's why he was issued with the demon G. Oh, D token. What should come will eventually come. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. We are not followers of the ancient desolation demon G. Oh, D, so the demon G, oh, D token is useless to us. The tall, middle-aged man in black armor said. These Devil Realm people actually did not have any malicious intent, and they were even so reasonable, which was a little hard for Chen Xiang to accept. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Chen Xiang frowned and asked, making him puzzled. We are here to warn you. Our ancient spirit great land will definitely not partake. 1. P. 8 in any battles, so please do not involve us in any battles. If not, don't blame us for being rude. The middle-aged man said coldly, If you cripple my 5 subordinates, I will remember you. The young man smiled, but it was full of killing intent. Qin Xiang was also not to be outdone. He coldly laughed and said, If you have the guts, get it back now. I'll accompany you any time. When that time comes, you can accompany your 5 subordinates to be crippled. You. The young man was slightly angry, then snorted and walked out of the super martial school. The tall, middle-aged man coldly shot Qin Xiang a glance and followed suit. This devil race of the ancient spirit great land was the strongest, and now he actually wanted to tell others that they would not invade the human world. Chen Xiang did not believe their bulls. Hi+T. If the demonic people of the 3 realms fought to the end and suffered a great loss to their vitality, the demons above ancient spirit great land would be able to easily rule this 3 realms that had been fused. They sure are brave. Aren't they afraid of getting attacked by that crazy old man? Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, These kinds of people are really insidious. According to what I know, they are the strongest powerhouses in the world of demons. Don't worry, I'm better at scheming than you. We will be on guard against them. But little martial uncle, that ghost demon G. Oh, D token seems to be much stronger than the 10 billion bounty. You should just hide. Gu Dongqin said his worries were not without reason. Maybe some of the followers of the demon G, D, would sneak into the Chen martial continent, all so that they could kill Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't worry, when I have to hide, no one will advise me. I will hide, and at that time, other than myself, no one will be able to find me. The great war between 3 realms was a very good chance to train himself. Qin Xiang had learned so many demons subduing arts, and he also had a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. If he did not display his power, how could he face all these? In this new world, it seemed as if only the ancient spirit great lands Pa-S Sageway had been opened, and many powerful forces had received the devil race's warning. That devil race would not engage in any battles, and would obediently stay in the ancient spirit great land. If there was anyone who would disturb them, they would definitely take action. Although the devil race said this, no one trusted them, and they were all on guard. When the news of the ancient spirit great land Pa-S Sage's opening spread throughout the new world, the panic in the new world grew even more intense. Junior Master, the situation in Great Devil Mountains is very bad. Now every force has started to send their people. They have to send the 20 elite disciples to take the lead, and I will take the lead in Super Martial School. Wu Kaming said, Am I a part of it? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. No, but there are Yun Xiao Dao and the others. The reason why we did not let you go is because we agreed to it during the meeting, because you were too good at stirring up trouble and did not follow the arrangements. At that time, all of the sects would cooperate with each other. Wu Kaming said. Qin Xiang snorted in annoyance and asked, Then can I go there myself? Wu Kaming laughed. It's not impossible, but you must not cause any big things. When the warriors found out that the demon's head could be exchanged for a spar, they ran over excitedly, waiting for the Pa-S sage to open. Most of the warriors who dared to come here were fearless, and were also hunters with blood on their blades. Those warriors who did not have any sects naturally could not compare to the elite disciples that those sects focused on training. But among these warriors, there were also many that were famous. After these warriors learned the devil subduing method, they became much more confident and thought that the demon's head would be easier to obtain, so they came together. Those warriors who did not have any sects naturally could not compare to the elite disciples that those sects focused on training. But among these warriors, there were also many that were famous. After these warriors learned the devil subduing method, they became much more confident and thought that the demon's head would be easier to obtain, so they came together. You little B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S, remember, don't break the heads of those monsters, and use them to exchange for Spares. A middle-aged man warned a few young men. The young men nodded. The brains of fiendish demons were much easier to deal with than those of demonic beasts. These warriors had all come prepared. Before they had come, they had already known about these demons from the devil-subduing college, and they had all thought of some techniques to prevent them from suffering any calamities. However, when they saw the elite disciples of the various forces in mortal martial realm, they immediately felt that their competitiveness was very high. However, they knew that there would definitely be a lot of demonic chi cultivators at that time, and the number of demonic chi cultivators there would also be very limited. Chun Xiang also snuck into the group of warriors. He could not be with the super martial schools group. Another reason why those powers didn't want him was because he was too strong and could act alone. If he wasn't a burden to the team, then the team would be a burden to him, and teamwork was especially important. If Chun Xiang was with the rest of them when he met the demon, he would definitely charge forward like a runaway horse. 3 days had said, and more people gathered here, forming groups of 3 or 5. Chun Xiang also saw some of devil-subduing college's students and people. However, no one entered. Before these people came, they had already collected a lot of information. And if they went in now, it would be the most dangerous. Perhaps they might even be killed by the strong warriors of the demon and devil realms. However, everyone was extremely excited because it wouldn't be long before they could make their move. If one was high in the sky, they would be able to see 3 enormous continents connected together. On the continents of the demon and devil realms, there was a very large spatial gate, and the continents of the other demon and devil realms could all pass through that continent that was connected to the mortal realm. Demon realms people are more difficult to deal with than evil demon of the demon realm, because devil cultivator of the demon realm look like humans. They can sneak into our ranks and have intelligence similar to the human realm. Demon realms people are more difficult to deal with than evil demon of the demon realm, because devil cultivator of the demon realm look like humans. They can sneak into our ranks. If one wanted to enter the great devil mountains, they would have to cross a field, and every day there would be people standing on the plains looking at the great devil mountains that was filled with dense demonic chi. On the 10th day after the sage was opened, Chun Xiang suddenly noticed many things walking out from the great devil mountains. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a few devil cultivator and evil demon. They lined up in a row. There were only 1,000 of them, making everyone extremely disappointed. This was because they had tens of thousands of people waiting here. This number was simply not enough for everyone. The demons have actually joined forces. It seems they have become a lot more rational. This isn't a good thing. Bai Yu said, in the past, the demon and devil realms was also hostile to each other, but now they could walk out together. At this moment, the elite disciples that had been sent out by the major powers had also walked out. There were several thousands of them. Chun Xiang watched the situation unfold from the side. What made him happy was that Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were all at the late stage of the 100 refining realm. This kind of speed, in the eyes of normal people, was already considered fast. Is the human world that barbaric? Gathering so many people and trying to kill us all in one fell swoop? And then invade us? A tall man with long ears walked out. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin was fair. On the back of his hand, there was even some white fur. This is a rabbit demon with rabbit blood. It looks like the evolution of the demon world is pretty good. I wonder what kind of beauty is in the demon world. Will there be any other pleasures or thrills when you play with them? Long Shui laughed. The demon and devil realms had invaded the Chun martial continent before and had lost a lot of people. If they did not attack, the Chun martial continent would not have retaliated. But now they called the human world barbaric, truly shameless. Of course, these were all events from 100,000 years ago. In these 100,000 years, any changes in the demon and devil realms would not be surprising. It was just that, based on their surnames, it was hard to not be suspicious of them. Don't look at how small we are. If you want, we can start a war right now. You guys aren't enough for us to kill. The rabbit demon said with a faint smile, "We naturally do not wish for a bloodbath. 100,000 years ago, you invaded our land and we retaliated against you righteously. The evidence is all in the great devil mountains behind you." The martial arts elder of continent of the kings said, "We don't deny that, but it is 100,000 years ago, and the resources of our demon and devil realms have always been poor. The things that happened 100,000 years ago have proven that it was a mistake, so we cannot make that mistake again." The rabbit demon said, "Originally, everyone had planned to fight a battle with them and use their heads to exchange for spar, but now demon and devil realms was going to take a peaceful route. Of course, this was a good thing. However, everyone was still worried that there was a trick to it." Wu Kaming laughed. "Then tell me, what method do you want to use to obtain our resources? We won't give it to you." At this time, a middle-aged man from the demon world said, "Of course, we won't let you give it to us. If we, the demon and devil realms, join hands, you people from the mortal realm would have no chance at all." Hearing this, everyone knew that the demon and devil realms would not walk the peaceful path. Opportunity? Wu Kaming sneered. "We will give you a fair compet. 1. Tie an opportunity to prove that you are not worthy of these resources." The rabbit demon said. This made everyone curse. The resources in the human world were originally theirs. They didn't even know if they deserved it. What if we don't agree? From the beginning, Wu Kaming did not think that the demon and devil realms would walk a peaceful path. The rabbit demon said with a sinister laugh, "If you don't agree, our demon and devil realms will join hands and defeat you, making you our slaves." Demon and devil realms was still the same as 100,000 years ago. However, he had become a little smarter and did not rush over to attack from the very beginning. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. "Dogs can't stop themselves from eating feces. Why are you wasting words with them? Cut off all their heads. This kind of head is worth the most, even if they can exchange for spar."